Hello everybody, how are we doing today? Welcome to the stream, so good to see you guys. Welcome. I'm gonna say welcome as many times as we can. How are we doing? Hello and good morning. We're starting the day off on a 30 sub bomb coming in over from So Bad Rush, my man who has been covering our event in an alternate language. Coming in with the 30 gifted subs going out to Lie B, Bez Boz, and Nick. Zeppelin Gaming, 40 Raygun, F Nord, Factor 22, B Bean, Kaylara's getting the gifted sub, Dog Doc 11, Billy Quizboy, Timmerling 11, Neo ASC2, Fire Truck, Pikachu 92, Akis 1976, The Krabity, Antiskew, Phalanx SC2, Bunny Warren, The Spotted Dog, Falander, B Rain, Fabrizi 007, Moran 60, NH Pie, Joey on Twitch, Jerry Plus, Broken Bones 0161, Matt Nax 16, and Jurgu User. Thank you so much for the generosity of the gifted subs to start off the day. Looks like everybody is ready to play some StarCraft 2. So let's get into it. We're going to start the day off with some of the TVT action, guys. You might have been, last time I was on stream, we drew the bracket, and you probably saw how devastated I was that the bracket went the way it did. We have a lot of mirror matchups in this bracket, but the good news is we probably don't have many mirror matchups tomorrow for the final day. Today's going to be a lot of mirrors. We're going to start the day off with Rong versus Gumiho, then Kua versus the winner. Then we're going to go to PvP in the form of Maxpax versus Trap, then Solo versus Showtime, the winner versus Shin. We're going to cap the day off with Spirit versus Clem. So that's what's going to be going on. That is going to be what is happening. Let's go cast some StarCraft 2. And yeah, 6 best of 5s coming up here today in the WardiTV November playoffs. Away we go. I'm trying to figure out if we've got damage health bars on, and we do. Perfect. Hope everyone's doing great. Rong in the bottom left and Gumiho in the top right as we get underway. What's up, Ralph? You're out of the SC2 scene for about 6 months. How is it going right now? Is it a good time to get back in? Yeah, we're in a bit of an interesting period, but we have Home Story Cup coming up next weekend, so Home Story Cup's always great, and we're kind of just waiting on news for our circuit for the year, so we're kind of hoping that that comes fairly soon. Just hoping that it comes from eSports World Cup, and we get that information and we can continue through, so that's being worked on. It's a good time, maybe not the best time, but I mean, Home Story Cup's always a lot of fun, right? And if you went here the last 6 months, you can catch up on the eSports World Cup. Those were some amazing games. Definitely worth checking out. I would recommend. Tuna is Rong, yes. Rong's name is actually the same as a famous tuna brand, apparently. because of course it is. And so he names himself Tuna. It's a nickname, and this is the PTR. People name themselves their nicknames and stuff to start off their PTR journeys, and then realized they couldn't change them once a lot of tournaments got held on the PTR. We are still on the PTR. I really expected this to be updated to live last week, if not the week before. And here we are now, still on the PTR, so waiting and waiting. I almost wonder if they're waiting for like an announcement to pair with it or something, but at this point they should have just put it live. I mean, there's nothing to really change, you know? I think it is just time to go and set it up. Anyways, our factory coming through, the reactor building up. SCV comes across back from the upper right-hand side, back down to the bottom left. As we just get a few moments. All building up here. A couple of Reapers on the way out. The factory coming through as well. It's going to be up on both sides. And there is the Reaper just from Rong moving into the natural. A little shot or two on the SCV. That SCV gets chased back to the high ground. Going to be raising the depot is enough to keep Gumiho safe there, as obviously this was reactor first from him. So a little greedy. Kind of limits your kind of unit production at first, but as you continue on, it should be fairly okay. I mean, at this point now, he's already not taking damage, so this should be fine, but it does come at the cost of the CC timing. Rong's command center is already completing, so kind of greed against greed in different ways. And do you kind of like the greed of Rong being command center focused? Because I don't think the greed of the reactor first is going to do too much for you here now as Gumiho. In theory, he gets a lot of units up in the near future to do something with, and maybe these Reapers jumping into the main and avoiding that bunker have some potential. Let's see, because he's obviously significantly behind on the command center, so he does need to find some damage here. We'll find one SCV. We should be able to get that second one killed off. There's a couple of Reapers that are pretty deep diving into that base, as we do see the Hellion on the natural. Gonna go for SCVs. The SCV could load into the bunker. 5 workers going down is honestly not bad at all. This is more than enough for Gumiho to make up for that command center delay initially. And just look as though that's going to be good for Gumiho to get shut down, but having done good damage and definitely makes up for the delay on his CC in the early moments. So I think we kind of take that as the Cyclone continues in from Rong as well. Siege Tank and Medevac continue to build up. And that command center finishing momentarily. I mean, Gumiho getting a second Siege Tank on the way. He has potential to obviously go drop across the map and deal some damage. We'll see what Rong is looking like units-wise once this Medevac gets to the other side in these next few moments. But this is going to be the real deciding factor for the first little bit of this game. Can this Medevac get across, unload in a good position, and potentially set up for some damage here? Meanwhile, the Reaper hops into the main base. Throws a little grenade down. Some SCVs are going to take some chips. SCVs continue to go pushing back out. Again, the Raven coming through. The Siege Tank's on the way. SCVs and Marines continue to produce as well. Is the patch predicted to be live for Home Story Cup? I have no idea. Literally nobody knows. I mean, that doesn't really matter because we'll just play on the balance mod if the patch isn't live for Home Story Cup. So it doesn't really change anything. Just it'd be nice to have the game just be live, you know? I don't think that would be a super crazy request. As Rong has continued to take an absolute beatdown in this early game, by the way. 8 SCVs going down. The Cyclone grabs the Reaper, or at least tries to grab the Reaper. The Marines come across. That Reaper is going to get shot down by the Siege Tank. So yeah, Siege Tank, Interference Matrix both continuing up just for the moment. We will have our SCVs in the back there, AFK as well. I think everything's gone wrong for Rong, unfortunately, at the start of this first game. This is definitely not one that I think is going to be continuing to be too bright in his future. This just feels like Gumiho's playing a better TVT at the moment. So yeah, Gumiho off to a hot start, no doubt there. As you see that starport just going to swap over to the reactor. The couple of Vikings are still on the way up as well. Again, our Siege Tank's coming through, the Stim coming up, the Vikings are building as well. There's Engineering Base coming in from Gumiho, going to give him some upgrades. And obviously showing us he is going to be playing Bio alongside that Stim Pack. Obviously that's another sign that this was going to be the Bio play. Let me get that set up and running. Raven goes moving across. Try and see what else is going on. SCVs come about. Engineering Bay, one of them goes and loses an SCV, so a nice little bit of Raven harass. I mean, Rong has to do something here. You know what? Ryong's army supply is actually very good. A lot of Gumiho's game is setting up for the future. Rong is here right now. There is a possibility Rong does very well with this attack. What I don't like is that Raven has no energy, and it feels like he needs Raven energy to come and really bust through into this. Okay. Raven's going to drop a single auditor. That ain't going to do. Okay. I got excited because like the army supply is genuinely not bad, but the Raven's out of energy. He does clean up the defensively placed tanks, but so what? 2 more from the main base. He just lost 11 SCVs. His auto turrets are going crazy on the other side of the map. Like I say, Gumiho is very much so set up for the future. A 3rd base finished and 5 racks already versus the 1 racks of Rong. Stim about to be done as well. All Gumiho had to do is not die to the initial kind of siege and push in of Rong, and that's been very easily done. He lost the tanks, but he's got plenty more. Yeah, okay, that's Liberator. That's going to make it a little bit more complicated. We eat a tank shot as well, so I mean, shots like that, moves like that are going to give Rong a little bit more of a chance. The Liberator tries to relocate for potentially some additional picks. Use this to leapfrog the siege tanks forward, perhaps. There's actually a tank to that top side. I'm going to try and take position on the Liberator. We'll go and try and deal with that one. Gumiho recognizes it. It's going to be a little bit of an unsiege, re-siege situation, but I just do not see this really going. I don't really see this going the way of Rong at all, unfortunately. Cool that he has something of a chance, but like I say, it's just because he's so all-in versus Gumiho, who is so well set up for the rest of this game, and he was not really in a rush to break out either. Because given time, this game just gets better for Gumiho as well, so you know, he doesn't need to really break out immediately because it's not like Rong is you know, sieged on top of his mineral line even, right? He's just at the front. So yeah, this is looking as though we're going to have Gumiho taking a 1-0 lead at the start of the day. Leyline's going to go his way. Man, so many low HP SCVs here as well. That Raven play just keeps doing so much. How many kills these Ravens got? 13. 9. Ridiculous amount of damage off those Ravens. And do you see Gumiho? You can argue he's a little bit like hemmed into his base, but he's actually got a bunch of Marines on the map. Well, that's kind of game ending because Rong does not have really anything at home defensively, although he will find these Marines with a siege tank. That's not exactly great either for him, because now he's down a siege tank. Auto turret forced the SCVs to pull away. Okay, GG gets gold. I mean, this was a game that was very much so decided. We were really just waiting for the finishing touches to come in to play, and they finally came into play. GG's. Not much to add to that one, as we'll head into our game number 2, starting off the day with a strong win for Gumiho, heading to Snowpiercer for our second map in just a couple of moments. Actually have to alternate servers because Rong is in Europe at the moment. He is at the Vitality facilities in Paris or France. I don't know if it's Paris exactly, but he's in France. So we actually do have to play Central West. Central West Central. Rong came in with the highest seed into this playoff berth, so he got server preference. Not something we usually have happen, obviously, between two Koreans, but in this case, it's going to be obviously pretty reasonable as we get ready to kick off into our next game. Alright. Haircut ready for Home Story Cup? Yes, I only get my haircut before Home Story Cup. Gotta look good when you go to Crayfield, you know, because otherwise the kebab places won't give you kebab. It's a real concern. Real concern. Oops. I just... know what I did. Alright, everyone's ready, go, ready, GG. Let's kick this off and let's get this going. Alright, StarCraft 2 continues here today as we go into Rong versus Gumiho. TVT coming at ya. Snowpiercer. Alright, game 2. Hoping for just a better start. I mean, we know this guy can play some good TVT. That was a game that just got out of hand early. Definitely seemed a little off, though. I would say he was a little slow to pull some SCVs sometimes, and yeah, I feel I could have handled certain scenarios better, but you know what? Sometimes you just need to warm up into it, right? In the top right, our blue Terran is Rong. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left with the 1-0 lead. It is going to be Gumiho. See what happens as we take a couple of moments to set up on Snowpiercer for the first few moments here. See what we're gonna get to. Here for the Wardy. Hell yeah, appreciate it. I'm here for the StarCraft. Our playoffs today and tomorrow. It's Monday, WardiTV Mondays. Tuesday we'll be covering a Limo League from the replays, and then we will be going to Home Story Cup on the Thursday. I'm gonna take Wednesday off. Might do a little non-StarCraft stream Wednesday. It's the first day of the RuneScape League, so I might do a little bit of that, but no StarCraft on Wednesday. Everyone's getting ready to go to Home Story Cup anyway, and just be shoving a tournament in there for the sake of shoving a tournament in there, you know? I take a couple moments. Starport coming about. Command center is building. Helene on the way through. Tech lab on the way up. Any desire to play Zero Space? I just don't really have time right now. I'm really focused on running StarCraft content. We've been having a lot of success on the stream with StarCraft lately. I don't think there's been much free time to really go and delve into the other RTSs. I would have loved to play some Battle Aces the last couple of weeks when it was on a beta as well, but yeah, I just haven't really had much time. My problem with those games as well is that I'm not someone that really loves keeping up to date with like betas and like changes and stuff. Like, I'm not good at learning. I'm good at like I'm good at seeing what people do and copying. And so I feel like, you know, this is very fun to play, but I'd much rather see what people are doing and then like learn that and then go from there. Instead of like the next time we play it, the game's going to be completely different again. My views kind of the same on the Zero Space situation, so that's why I've not really played any of the new RTSs in depth. I really enjoyed Battle Ace the first time because I'd already been to California and we did the summit, and so I'd already like played the game to a good amount before it came in, so I already felt as though I had like a good understanding. But yeah, I don't really want to go hopping between games and figuring out this and that only for it to not matter in the future and stuff. I don't get great viewership when I play myself anyways. I'd rather just fully focus on giving you guys really good StarCraft streams and, you know, basically running as many tournaments as we can, keep the StarCraft scene as healthy as we can. And yeah, absolutely would love to check the games out in the future though. Super excited for the future and stuff, but I just yeah, I'm not a jump into the open beta situation and stuff like that, you know. Is there a reason they don't finish the wall in TVT? You mean up the top of the ramp? Up here? Not really, other than you just don't need to in TVT. Like, it's very rare that you actually fully need a wall off. I mean, sometimes it'd be nice. It's basically just greed. In this case, from Gumiho, sorry, from Rong, I imagine the second depot came down over here. It's just less far to run the SCV. Sometimes, a lot of the time when you do these builds, your SCV is already over here to build the depot because you finished up a structure. I imagine just the time of the build made sense for the SCV to be back over here and then just build a depot. And like I say, it's not really a matchup where you need the wall off so much. A lot of the time, it's very unnecessary. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be nice, but having like, you know, 15 to 20 minerals more because the SCV didn't have to walk off a mineral line and come back can also be kind of nice at this level of play, right? So, it's cutting a corner, you know. It's just cutting a corner for the sake of cutting a corner. If you and me, you know, if you're at my level, or if you're at the majority of chat's level, finish the wall off. It's going to do you more good than it is harm. Yeah, it's just a very minor optimization. There's that Banshee goes for 6 SCVs, by the way. It's crazy. As much as you like other RTS games to be successful, you hope they pull new people rather than the SC2 people. I think it's going to be fine no matter what, honestly. Like, StarCraft has a very dedicated fan base at this point, and while I think some StarCraft fans may go to like new RTSs, I think a lot of people who enjoy watching StarCraft at this point still are not going to just be like, you know what, screw watching StarCraft. Like, if you're still watching StarCraft in 2024, it's because you really love this game. That's not going to change because a new RTS comes around. You might love the new RTS, and that maybe does, you know, take some viewership away a little bit, but I don't think those people are never going to tune into a StarCraft tournament again, you know? Another thing about the depot is that you still want to build your first depot at the front, because then it can be very useful against like proxy Rax Reaper, in, you know, defensively. But like I say, by the time it gets to the second depot, you oftentimes have an idea of what's going on in the game, and so it's also just a judgment call of like, oh, in this case, I definitely don't need to finish the wall, etc. So again, it's just a lot of minor optimizations, basically. SCTR RTS fans in general. I don't know if that's necessarily true, though. I had this conversation with someone a little while back where it was like, a lot of StarCraft 2 fans are not actually like, I don't know who I was talking to, but I think I was saying, like, I was talking to someone and they were like, you know, I try to play all these other RTS games, I'm a massive StarCraft fan, but like, I just don't enjoy other RTS games. And I'm like, I'm kind of the same vibe. Like, I really feel like I'm very much so a StarCraft 2 fan more than an RTS fan. Like, whenever I play an AoE, Warcraft 3, it's never grabbed me the same way SC2 did, right? And so there's definitely a point to be made that, like, SC2 fans are just SC2 fans more so than necessarily RTS fans, you know? So, yeah, I mean, obviously, some SC2 fans are absolutely going to be just RTS fans in general. But I don't think all SC2 fans are necessarily RTS fans, to be honest. So, yeah. SC2 is, I mean, the problem is SC2 is just such a good game. It's got longevity to it. It has got, you know, it's tried and tested. It was extremely good for when it came out in the first place, right? Probably ahead of its time, realistically. And so it's aged extremely well, you know? I don't think you look at StarCraft and think, oh my god, like, you can tell this game's from, like, 2010. In fact, I think it benefits from being back then, because nowadays when when a lot of people are making games and stuff, the general art direction you're forced to go into is one which is not really akin to RTS, I suppose, because that's the generally more appealable or mass appealable art style in this day and age. I think StarCraft 2 almost maybe benefits from that. Yeah, StarCraft 2 is just honestly an absolute stellar game. I honestly would not be surprised if at some point StarCraft 2 saw a bit of a resurgence again. Like, I don't know what it would take or how it would go down, but like, I honestly, like, it doesn't seem like that ridiculous to me. But then again, I'm a massive StarCraft 2 fan, so probably very biased on these opinions, so definitely some bias on that one, I imagine. This TVT's been ongoing, guys. Rong definitely took a couple of shots early. He's made a couple plays, but he's just trailing on supply, and it does seem as though Gumiho is in a very comfortable position here in this game number 2, currently leading 1-0. Knock our way through this set of rocks. Marine just going to step forward on the bottom side. Rong has got some units, but I mean, we're going to see it coming. The sensor tower is in a good position. However, in a vulnerable position, I do like, you know, the change to the sensor tower. And this is one of the cool things about the PTR having been live for so long. It's like, we can really say, like, hey, we've seen enough games to say that this sensor tower change was good. I mean, sensor towers were very powerful anyway, but Terran's now having to put them in a slightly more precarious position. Just means that you actually have to pay for that a little more. You actually have to, you know, lose them sometimes because your opponent can get rid of the sensor tower while you're still in then position to defend overall. So I'm actually a big fan of this sensor tower change. I think it really did achieve its goal. So yeah, I think that's very cool. Very, very cool. Scans coming about. We do have an army of Gumiho continuing to go to the upper right-hand side. Marine tank pressing on forward. He's going to go for a big stim. Gumiho just going to press in. A lot of the tanks were not sieging me. He's going to eat an anti-armor missile dead center on his army. That's not going to be pretty. It's going to hurt a little. Marines get to the top side. That orbital command, those SCVs, going to be in some trouble. Tank's going to continue to sit there. Depot's going down. 24, 25, 27, 28. Workers going down for Rong. He is on a counter-attack as well on the other side, but let's see him not succeed there. The counter-attack's going to get a base, but obviously that's a base for a base. Plus, Gumiho's army is already still stronger and better and looking good. So I'm not exactly sold on the idea at the moment. Don't even watch play SC2 anymore, but watching this POG. Yeah, it's a very good game to watch. It really is. Most of the people you met in WoW did play a lot of other strategy games. Yes, but that's the thing, right? I do want to touch on that comment, but okay, nothing's really happened yet. That's obviously very true, because obviously when SC2 comes out, it's like it's an RTS game, so that people are going to come across because it's an RTS game. But what's amazing about StarCraft 2 is that people that came across maybe not so much as an RTS or strategy fan in general, but came across because they heard it was a good game, just fell in love with it because it's a good game, you know? I think that's the difference, right? Like, yes, obviously there was going to be always a crossover, but it was just a good game that kept people interested, even if they weren't typically RTS or strategy fans, you know? I never played RTS in my life before StarCraft 2. And here we are today, you know? Crazy. Gumiho just being very aggressive to try and finish this game up. He's got a medevac that's not unloaded. He does get rid of the Liberators at least. That's nice. Maybe that medevac not unloading is a bit of a blessing, because he would have just lost that tank anyway. It's pretty low HP. Rong is still taking damage here. 30 supply down. Gumiho on the front of his bases, really just putting, pressure on the front, building 3 Ravens at a time back at home. Like, it is just looking so very good at the moment for Gumiho. This first game has very similar vibes to the second game has very similar vibes to the first, where it just feels like Gumiho got very ahead, and he's just doing all the right things to maintain that lead and advantage. And I'm sat here right now looking at this, I'm like, yeah, I'm not really sure that this is going to be going Ryung's way, which is why I've taken a bit of a tangent on the discussion on the stream today. That's a good fight for Ryung, though. It's actually a very good fight for Ryung as he gets the tank coming in from the bottom side as well. He'll target on 1 tank extra there. Oh, he didn't get it. Not sure it would have made the difference, right? But not getting it's obviously even more painful. I feel like he could have got 2 of those tanks with them both being low. Yo, Arousic, thank you so much for the 213 sub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As that Medivacs come back over, just going to be seeing a whole lot of Marines on the way out. Ravens producing. The siege tanks are still coming through. Commandson are going to go floating up to the top left-hand side as well. As Gumiho just tries to take a 4th base again. I mean, he is 3 bases to 3 bases. It's just he's maintained a worker and army supply lead all the way throughout this. Tank siege and Marines stepping back a little bit. Just going to be seeing a few Marines stepping forward as well. The +3 vehicle weapons coming through. The Raven and 11 more Marines are coming up and online. I mean, Gumiho has the numbers where he can just send a counterattack first of all, and B, he can just wait a little bit. He's also got the Raven count to regain energy with, so that's going to be a huge deal. Not really worried for Gumiho. Rong's bullied himself into a good position, but Gumiho has so many outs to this. Like I said, it's not really a concern. He's shutting down reinforcements right now. This Planetary Fortress might die. So Rong is going to get this base up here. Oh, yeah, okay, this gets a bit weirder, right? Because Gumiho's going to start losing economy. And Rong just doesn't have a way to stop Gumiho from pushing in on the other side. He's going to kill all these SCVs. Rong was already on a very low work count. There's another planetary top left about to be finished. It's going to make it tough for the Marines to chew through. It's going to unload onto the siege tanks, and those tanks are going to get picked off. So, Ryung trying to make something of a defense. It just doesn't have the numbers, guys. I want to kind of believe. I want to believe this game had a bit of excitement to it, but just not really convinced that that is the case, in all honesty. Matrix is going down. All those tanks will fall. That is the pushback from Gumiho. I mean, this was, again, an inevitability, I think, as Gumiho is going to take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Round of 12 matchup. Looking good. Looking good. Peter Mellon, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Said, thanks for keeping the competitive scene thriving. Thank you so much for resubscribing with your Prime. We really appreciate it. We cannot keep the competitive scene thriving or doing what we can for it without your support. So thank you so much for that. Ooh, even with the 30 sub bomb, we're at 36 subs. I didn't think we were going to lose a lot of subs this last few days, but apparently that's just not true. Apparently that's completely not true, actually. Yo, what's up? Roy's D01. Thank you so much for the 26-month resub. Appreciate it. As we go to game number 3, we'll get this started up. It's going to be on Amygdala. Get this going. Yeah, thank you so much for the resubs, guys. We're on the road, or not really a road to 1,000 subs. We're kind of going up and down a mountain path. It goes up, it goes down. If you are enjoying, do consider to support the channel with the subs. It helps a whole bunch and obviously allows us to do more StarCraft 2 in the future. We are already planning out our December events. We've got a couple things kind of set up. We'll need to figure out still exactly what we're going to do, but probably do the WardiTV Christmas Invitational again this year. We didn't do that last year. And also hoping that we can do the Yeah, we're going to do the Christmas Day games as well, and we'll probably do something a bit further down the line as well. So there's a few different things planned. There are a few different things planned, so if you do enjoy, do support, it allows us to put more money into those events, which helps us out a whole bunch. Ready, ready, go, go, GL, GL. Let's click the start game button and head into Amygdala here. Game number 3. Alright, alright, alright. Countdown into Amygdala. As we have in the top right hand corner, the blue Terran player. This is Gumiho. And he's up 2-0. He's been playing a very good series so far. Not really much else to add to that one. He really has just been solid in these TVTs, getting ahead early and doing what he needs to preserve those leads and take advantage of those leads. Been very fun to watch. As in the bottom left, our red Terran is Rong. Alright, so game number 3. As you have our racks coming up on both sides, SCVs are building. Get that up and rolling. Let's see our barracks coming through on both sides, and we take a couple moments to settle down. And I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. For you all being here. Hanging out for some StarCraft. I'm just gonna go check what Ali's barking at, guys. I'll be 2 seconds. Just a car outside. Alright, guys, sorry. Let's take a couple moments, figure out where we're gonna go, what we're gonna do. What's everyone feeling like? Rong just not able to get into this series so far. He's obviously made some good plays from behind, just he has been significantly behind, which obviously makes it very difficult to get back into it all. It's been definitely a little bit tough. As our CC will be finishing. As the Reapers, Hellions join together. 2 Hellions on the way on both sides, so both having the reactor active for that. It's obviously fairly noteworthy as well. Ravens coming through. Hellions producing SCVs on the way. And we just let things again settle and continue to build in for the moment. Are there any numbers on daily players for StarCraft 2? No, there was some sites that figured out daily, like the amount of ladder games or so, though, right? Live replays as usual? Nope, this still has live games. Live replays are not the norm on the channel. Live games are the norm. Live replays are when we are doing certain events we're not allowed to cover live. And they are when we are doing the days which have a lot of games, so we can cast more games without the players having to be there for 10 years. But yeah, we pretty much always focus on giving live content. You guys cared about games being live as much as you guys cared about games being replays. You'd probably just assume stuff was live instead of replays all the time, you know? Live and no delay. Yep, live and no delay, like we've been doing on this stream for multiple years. Just like that. We do not hold back. Our tournament, our rules. It's StarCraft 2, it's 2024. We don't need stream delay, man. Stream delay is such a thing of the past. No one's stream cheating in StarCraft 2 in this day and age, not with the players that we've got. Especially not in a WardiTV, like, freaking $2,000 event, you know? Like, there's lots of Hellions meta in TVT. You can sometimes see the, like, this is just, like, reacted Hellions, which can be pretty good safety-wise to start out with, just because it can give you some coverage and so on, so it's not, like, necessarily meta at all. It's just, this is one of the openings you can do. It's kind of funny that they've both gone for the reacted Hellions at the same time. I think that's the kind of amusing part of this. Yeah, I think that is the kind of amusing part, because it isn't super normal, but yeah, it is a factor. It is something that can happen. Raven's out. I'm just going to move into position over here, try and see what we can do. The problem is Gumiho's been kind of just matching him, so I don't think he's going to have too much going on. The Ravens get up to the top side. We've seen the auditor going down, a couple of SCVs getting chased. Auditor to the main base as well, going to come through. So a little bit of damage being done over there. Just for now, as we continue to see the SCVs coming about as well. 6 workers going down for Gumiho. Rong, let's continue to get that damage done as well, so this is going very well so far. Not bad at all. As you see, the Ravens going to make their way up to the top right-hand side. Raven's going to come down the left from Rong, getting back home. I mean, all said and done, Gumiho is down by about 5 workers. I'm going to apparently zoom in on the construction site here a little bit. One combat shield coming up. Just going to see Rong already having the stim pack. Definitely has that little bit of a bio advantage. Maybe this is the game Rong steps up in. Maybe this is where we get Rong truly able to fight back a little in this series, because it's not been the best of matches for him so far, unfortunately. He's just going to get the rocks in the center. We start to pick through those. We have the Liberator getting cleaned up as well, so Rong plays well defensively. With Combat Shield finishing in a supply lead, I do not hate him being out on the map here and maybe looking for some opportunity. He's going to get the rocks. Rong is going to be positioned on the natural here. Hit the Matrix on the first siege tank. Auto turrets and an anti-armor missile go down. He loses a Raven as well. He will siege the tanks. He could have sieged those a little bit sooner already. He's going to run into the natural. SCVs will begin to go down. The siege tank is probably going to take a hit. He's going to get the missile turret. Refinery's going down as well. Ravens and Vikings stepping forward. Seven SCVs going down. Rong is in a great spot here, so looking very good at the moment. Continuing to look great so far. The Marines and the Siege Tanks continue to fire along. Marines pulling back in those medevacs. Combat shield only just starts from Gumiho now as well, so that's going to take a little while to get going. He's going to have to pull back a little further. SCVs are still pulling through. The Marines are going to be there. That's 13 SCVs going down. Marines and tanks is pressing on forwards. A few more of those tanks continue to drop. The Vikings will land. The cleanup will happen. Rong is going to set 140 to 80 supply. It's going to be GG's. Rong is going to bring it back a game in this best of 5. So we are going to get to a 2-1 scoreline. We have a series on our hands compared to what we were initially getting. Perfect. An actual fight back. I love it. All right, we're going to get this rolling out. Thank you so much, Dratchwill. Or Dratchwill. If you wish to be pronounced, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Going to Whispers of Gold for game number 4 as Rong pulls it back a map. See what we get. Readying up. Gumiho and Rong. Ready, go, go. On to game number 4, guys. Just like that. Boom, boom, bang. Got our schedule for the day. Going to be a bit TVT heavy to start. Rong, Gumiho. The winner of this plays Cure. And then we move into Maxpax versus Traps and PvP action in about an hour and 15 minutes. Give or take, obviously, just guesstimates on how long the series will be. And then Solo versus Showtime. Winner of that plays Shin. And we finish the day off with Spirit versus Clem. Bjorn, Hero will not be playing today. They'll be playing tomorrow in their quarterfinals, as well as the rest of the semis and all of that goodness. So all of that going on. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Let's dive into more games as we have in the top left. Still in the lead, up 2-1. Our Red Terran looking to close this series out. It is Gumiho, finally seeing some adversity after a very comfortable opening set of matches. Bottom right, our Blue Terran player is Rong. As we get into map 4. It's best of 5. Fantasy TY Fanboy, thank you so much for the 45-month resub as well. Welcome back. Hope you're doing great. Thanks so much for continuing that sub. Appreciate it. Alright, Max coming through. Refinery's on the way. Let's get into game number 4. Whispers of Gold. You know, ramp block in TVT. You do not have to ramp block in TVT. You can do. Rong's doing it. It's kind of funny that that's come up multiple times today. Hello, Ellie. Hi. Taking a break from guard dog duty. trying to say hi to the stream. Sit. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. What, you want to give me your paw? 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 You're not going to give it to me now. Kinda. Paw. Thank you. Good girl. I'm sure they'll send you loads of treats for that one, Ellie. Oh, big yawn. Big, no, I don't have anything for you. I don't have anything for you. You're just gonna have to look cute and hope someone gifts you some treats. Yeah, okay. Alright, we got Reaper Hellion approaching from Ryung, as we do have those units heading to the upper left-hand side. Straight into the natural. I mean, we got, once again, Hellion count looking good here for Gumiho. Reaper's actually pretty good against Hellions if they don't take the splash damage. The grenade there hurts Ryung a lot. Any shot you miss out on could make the difference of you clearing up or not. Reapers gather together, the Cyclone, the Marines coming through. The Raven is on the way up from Gumiho as well. As we resettle back down in this game 4. Raven on the way up on either side. Cyclone's producing, Marines in a siege tank building as well. I see a couple of mules going to drop down onto the natural. We settle it back into this game number 4 again. Series on the line, tournament on the line for Ryung. Lose this and you're out. Win this and you get to go to a game 5 after such a miserable first couple of games. We knew Ryung could play good TVT, right? And even in those games he lost, he got behind early. Even then he showed us some good hope from behind. It just was too much of a deficit to come back from. So kind of nice to see him having that fight back in game 3 and showing us that this really should be a series. This should not be a sweep. This should not be a stomp by any stretch of the imagination. In no way, shape, or form should it go down like that. We're just going to join up together. On the other side, a little bit of Hellion Reaper Cyclone moving about as well from Gumiho. Trying to figure out what to do and where to go. He's going to move about. We do have Ryung on the map, just cruising with a few units, see if he can get anywhere. Answer so far is not really. The Ravens get over that far right-hand side. The army of Ryung going to step up a little bit. Scary that Gumiho's Ravens are not finding a way in, because obviously they're not in position to play defense at home either. I think Ryung's just going to try and bust this third base down. Leading the charge of the Ravens right now. Doesn't have to do anything just yet. Tanks are not going to siege. Viking gets back there. Ryung is going to start hitting. He's going to siege the tanks. He's going to drop the matrixes. Again, the Ravens of his opponent are on the way over. They're going to get there a little late. At the end of the day, they get there, but... I mean, is it actually still okay? The tanks survive? Wow, did they get there just in time? I think they did. Wow. I was convinced they were there late, but that's a complete cleanup from Gumiho. Ryung, he saw the opportunity. I'll tell you what he did do, though. He hit that CC for a long time rather than engaging into the units. If he was going to do that, maybe he should have just dropped the siege a little sooner. Force his opponent to then siege up, and yeah, that was a lot of damage on the command center. Now, I don't necessarily hate the damage on the CC, because I don't feel like he was necessarily in range or anything, but maybe he could have pushed himself into range instead of hitting the CC. Maybe that could have been a better way to set up the fight, but I mean, honestly, if he forced the fight a few seconds sooner as well, maybe these Ravens never get back in time. What a cleanup from Gumiho. Absolutely massive cleanup from him. Not easily done either. That was a pretty darn impressive defense, I gotta say. Alright, well, Gumiho going to come back over this way. We are going to matrix that tank. The Vikings will step forward. That is going to be a pretty comfortable attack from Gumiho, which is going to succeed in clearing up the majority of this. And just going to have a couple of tanks slow siege in the third base of Rong at the moment. I don't think Rong has anything to really push back out of this with. A couple of Vikings step forward. We're going to have to land that Viking. That means that you've got extra DPS available if you do land the Vikings from Ryung. Gonna send that one one Viking forward on the ground just to hit the SCVs a little. SCV's gonna start retreating away. So we'll try and get the tank in position. I mean, this tank holds to some extent, but it's also not gonna be in range to protect the CC from being sieged. So Gumiho's gonna unsiege and go home. Not an irresponsible decision at all. I think a very responsible decision actually, because it allows him to just step back and decide, okay, right, let's reset a little bit, gather my units, and just go again. He's got a lead. He did a lot already. He does not need to press the issue right away. It's okay to kind of sit back and give it a few moments, you know? That's exactly what we're going to do. See the tanks continue to fire away. It's going to be getting some shots off as we siege up on this right-hand side, now hitting this mineral line from afar. Upgrades coming through on both sides. 10 SCVs already lost. Ryung once again just put into a tricky position early. This is very akin to how the first couple of games went, and again, Ryung was able to put up some fights from these, you know, tough spots, but difficult to really do too much a lot of the time. Combat shield's about to finish. 2-2 still coming up here from Gumiho as well. Tank's going to shoot a couple of SCVs going down. There's going to be a tank in the front that will just go down, so that is going to fall. We're actually going to go for the break right here and now. Vikings landed. Marines are going to stem a little slow, honestly, from Gumiho, and they were not in the front, so his tanks were in the front, taking the brunt of that damage. Well, you're seeing a couple Marines there, just going to push the medevac back around that right side. A couple of Vikings are coming over too. Marines will unload from the medevac. The other Marines are on the right-hand side. Gonna come around the bottom here. Tank maybe get sieged up. There's a couple of tanks on the side of Gumiho, though. Rong just decides to retreat. Nice that Gumiho already just instantly has a counterattack ready. Actually see the units of Rong pulling back a little bit as well. They will fall back just slightly. Ravens overhead. C2 upgrades are coming about. Anti-armor missile is going to land on those Marines. Honestly, I mean, we get the Matrix off. Rong's tanks were sieged so much sooner. He just doesn't have the numbers at all. He's outnumbered in Marines. Once the tanks get sieged, he's outnumbered in tanks as well. Where now, it is going to be, what, 60, 70 supply lead for Gumiho. I think we're going to have Gumiho advancing through to play some more TVT. Again, he will play Kira in the next round. Marines get to the corner, medevac goes down. A few other Marines still taking some shots. Big drop in the main base, and yeah, I mean, Gumiho's just making plays to shut this down. GG's, and it's a 3-1 victory for Gumiho as it takes the first series of the WardiTV November playoffs. He advances through to play against Kua in the quarterfinals, so we'll get that round of 8 setting up for you guys real quick. Alright, perfect. So Kia versus Gumiho coming up in just a few moments. We'll get that on the go. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Dropping into some StarCraft with us all. Appreciate you guys being here. Can give it a couple moments. Obviously, we got a couple of moments to get the videos done, etc. So we'll get that sorted and we'll get ready to go. Throw some ads on and give it a moment or two, guys. Right, I'll be real quick. Just check out Lee's okay because she came to see me. Yubby. Right, sorry, just again, map picks being made. Let's get ready to resume into our quarterfinal matchup between Kira and Gumiho. Gonna go Snowpiercer, then Ley Lines. Alrighty, perfect. We just get everyone in. We're actually videoed up already. We actually don't have videos, we just have map picks, which is really good because the moment someone says the first map, we can start hosting, and then by the time we have everyone in the lobby, the rest of the map picks are usually done. Whereas usually you have like veto, wait, veto, and then we obviously finally get a map pick, so you still have that kind of delay. Yeah, players are ready. We can just dive straight into this, guys. Nice quick turnover from round of 12 into round of 8. And one of Kira and Gumiho are about to book themselves into the semi-finals here today. Let's see who it's gonna be. I hope everyone's doing fantastic. Thanks for joining us here in the wonderful world of the WardiTV November event. We have got in the top right-hand corner the red Terran player from Team Liquid is Cure. And in the bottom left, our blue Terran player, we have Gumiho. Best of 5 going into Snowpiercer as we get this started up. SCV is going to come across the map. Proxy racks, look at you go. Wasting no time at all. Just about squeezed out of that group in first place. He lost to Showtime but had the wins against all the others. Good enough for him to get to. This first place in straight into round of 8 situation. Have our proxy racks coming through. This is first barracks from Gumiho about to finish. He goes no scout as well, so Gumiho is blind. No scout. Oh, no scout. One gas expand. If Harston was here, he would tell me that this is illegal. It's an illegal play. You're not allowed to do it. He's going to get punished for it in the worst way possible. Reaper pops, second Reaper producing. I see a couple of those Reapers coming through for the moment then. Factory coming up, reactor on the way, refinery as well coming about. Reaper gets to the front. And those couple of Reapers going to be popping. Two of them going to come through. That Reaper going to take some damage. Grenade pops that Reaper over to the other side. And that Reaper will go down. Cure is going to take game number one. Yeah, I mean, you go one gas expand, no scout, then you lose your Reaper. That will end games. That will end games. All right, Q gets to a thrilling start to this series. Proxy Rax is good. And yeah, Gumiho picked the worst possible build and lost his Reaper. You don't survive one of those things usually. You're never going to survive both. Well, fantastic game number one here in our quarterfinals. That's just the sort of StarCraft we love to see. Epic, micro-focus, decision-making. Yeah, it was a thing. It was a matchup of all time. It was a map of all time. You blinked and you missed it. Yep. Blinked and you missed it. GG, good luck. Go, go. We're going straight into game two as Gumiho gets his quarterfinal opening rudely awakened. And Kua off to the races with a 1-0 lead in our opening map. Let's get into map number 2, as we have in the top right hand side with a beautiful choice to proxy racks in that first game. It is going to be Kua. In the bottom left, our blue Terran, it is Gumiho. Gumiho. What is he going to do? Obviously, trying to be very greedy just before. So Rack's coming through, that refinery is coming in. Taking a few moments here to settle. We actually do have one proxy barracks from Gumiho, so he's going to get the proxies are rolling this time. So one proxy racks from Gumiho, second racks at home. Means that this is a bit more of a pressure build than anything else. Couple racks coming in, the refinery starts. SCV. Obviously, scouting is going to get across the map and needs to figure out that this is a proxy racks by seeing what's kind of missing back at home, realizing the factory's not starting when you should be, and stuff like that. Just, counting the gas and where the gas should be at based on the timings. So there's definitely a way to figure it out. It's not the simplest, though. We'll see if these Reapers can kind of have a little bit of a surprise factor at all. This Reaper coming out here. He's going to spot that barracks, by the way. He's going to spot it well before the Reaper is out. So that's good info. Bunker starting from Cure. Looks as though he already had the SCV there to do that, so he was already intending for it. And yeah, let's see how this defense goes. Ring comes down this ramp. A couple more SCVs are going to pull. We're going to step forward and try and deal some damage while there's only one Reaper. Well, this trade begins. It's obviously going to be an important few moments as got to try and get that bunker up. Even if you get the bunker up, there's still the potential to dive in toward the main base, right? Good control from Gumiho keeps the Reapers alive and pulls them back in the process. That goes a long way to helping. Reapers come across. Marine will hit the couple of Reapers there. Gonna be seeing the couple of Reapers gonna fire up. I see the shots going through. The SCVs are pulling. The Reaper is gonna get grenaded a couple of times. Popping back up. I mean, he gets a Reaper, but you lose a Reaper. I always feel like in these scenarios, you want to kind of keep your Reapers alive. CC still coming up again. Hellion and Marines on the way in. The medevac producing as well. Starport, SCVs, and Cyclone continuing to be added on for the moment. Keep this all rolling. Well, Banshee and the Cyclone just continuing through. Q are going to get out on the map with those eventually, but there's going to be the medevac of Gumiho coming across at the moment. And bring that straight over. Medevac gets to the top side, ready to dive into this position right here. Going to come into the back of this mineral line perhaps, and well, we do have Kyo moving into position to play defense. The Cyclone gets there, a couple of Marines are there. Bunker firing up, and the Reaper taking some additional shots. Medevac dies. I mean, we get rid of 4 SCVs. I mean, 5 SCVs is nice, I guess, but it's going to cost you all of those units. Definitely opens the door to a Q counterattack, right? Is what you've got to worry about right now. Raven still building through. The interference matrix coming about as well. That third CC morphing in already as well. Sakura has that third base up and running. Third from Gumiho is on the way, just not ready yet. Still built. Couple of depots on the way out against him and +1 on the way through. Gumiho will have that stim a lot faster, but he is going without the tech ability of the Ravens. He does not have a Raven in this game, so does not have Matrix. There's a lot of reasons why you want to have that Matrix, right? So yeah, that's kind of missing at the moment. And Secure come back over through the top side once again. Marine step up, just going to be seeing a couple of other shots coming through. Tanks are going to hit back, and Q is going to step forward. Hellion goes down, just going to be seeing a couple of Ravens, going to drop some mortar turrets in. Q is going to go on the chase here, and he is just going to... Oh, the siege tanks change direction as well. We're going to lose one of them because of that direction change. He goes south instead of continuing west. Cyclone gets a lock on some medevacs to save the day maybe, but I don't think Q is going to stop. I think he's going to take this across the map and put it in position to try and really punish Gumiho for those losses. I think that's going to turn out to be quite expensive as the medevac up in the skies going to come boosting over. Unloads the siege tank, 1 on upgrades and combat shield on the way in. Just going to be seeing that Raven going down though. I mean, the tanks all get siege on the side of Kira. He's in range of that defensive tank as well. This is fast becoming a disaster. Siege tank from the natural is going to be okay apparently. Just out of reach of that other tank is huge. That could have been really rough. Gonna see the couple of Vikings trying to get a medevac. We're gonna lose a Viking. We're gonna get the medevac in the end. The Viking gonna try and continue to go back and forth with the Cyclone nearby. I don't think going back in a second time was really the smartest of choices. Well, yeah, just going to be seeing the tanks continue to siege, and the Marines now able to stim as well. That stim was obviously much later for Cure, but that really was just his choice of build order, as in the end he gets cleaned up. The SCVs don't even take many losses there. A few of them got hit, but they did not die, and that is obviously a very big and important factor. As the +1 attack is about to finish, combat shields is coming through. Marine medevac, and now the armory coming up as we speak. So all of that is still coming online for the moment. Bring that into play. Gumiho comes across the map with these Marines. Advantages for Gumiho right now, well, +1 armor is done. So he does have an upgrade lead on the armor. Combat shield is going to be finishing from Q soon, so that's going to dissipate. Barracks count 5 apiece. Yeah, there's not really a lot of advantages for Gumiho, but I wouldn't say he's super far behind. It's only a handful of workers, it's only a handful of army supply. That's nothing that TVT can't undo just by being the TVT matchup, which is so good for a defender a lot of the time that those sort of disadvantages can be made up for. Barracks all finishing that factory, coming back over. Every Marine's going to stim down, maybe gets that medevac, and that cyclone inside of it will go down as well. Get the Marines underneath. That CC is going to take some damage. That's a massive one from Q. Gets rid of the 4th base of Gumiho. Man, you're not having a good time here as Gumiho. Obviously, rough game number 1. Now this game number 2 definitely going wrong as well. It's not quite been his matchup, to say the least. Marine tank going to come through again, just going to start getting set to the front. Marine's just going to stim in from that right-hand side, already finding the siege tank, going to pull a few units in this direction as well. The armor upgrade just finished for Kira, so he's going to be equal upgrades for the moment. At the same time, Kira is pushing in from the top side, so he's going to come around the top. A couple of tanks are going to have a lot to say about this. Are we going to be able to win that tank war? We are going to win the tank fight as Kira. Gumiho going to try and get another tank in position as the CC goes down, so the attempted rebuild of a 4th gets denied. So that's not going to happen either, and this just looks to get worse and worse and worse. T2 will finish up very shortly. The +1 vehicle weapons also in production as our Marine tank is going to unsiege. And I mean, Kira is going to have to deal with the army of Gumiho coming across the map. Needs to, yeah, he's seen it. So that's good, because obviously a lot of Marines just running through the middle of the map is one of the best ways to turn around a TVT. If your opponent doesn't see that, Marines just storming a base can do so much, and then you're in a weird position because you're playing a slow attack on the other side, but your opponent's gotten away with just stimming straight through on the other side, right? That's definitely an interesting one. Marine's going to stem up. The Sense Tower will go down. Planetary Fortress takes a shot. The Marine's going to try and come in from the bottom. I don't like that fight for Kira at all. Yeah, he's going to get outnumbered on the left-hand side. The tanks take so long to siege there as well. Another stim comes in from Gumiho, but he does have the armor upgrade advantage. I mean, Kira's going to play cleanup, but this was not easy. Well, he's not even going to play cleanup. He's going to get pushed back, but he at least limited the numbers to an amount now where you could probably argue there's not going to be much benefit in continuing to try and take trades. So we do manage to settle that down. Tanks and Marines going to move back over. Command Center going to lift up into the sky. It's going to go down to the 6 o'clock position here in the next few moments. Marine tank continuing over from Kira is going to get underneath that Command Center as well. Cannot get a 4th base, Gumiho. There's going to be harassment in his natural also here, as you're going to have Gumiho holding this bottom side very cozy at the moment. Now this CC is actually going to get just straight up shot down, as Gumiho, I think, was trying to make a move, and get something done, but I mean, he had to do something. As definitely was not in the most pretty of positions. 12 SCVs going down already. Marine tank still out in the center. I think it's fair to say that this is going to be a GG's in the next few moments, as Kua just has maxed out some. I mean, let's see, because Gumiho does have the counter attack, but I feel like Kua has had plenty of time to prepare for this on the other side. And this is a scenario where you've kind of got to go fast as Gumiho, but your opponent's going to make you play slow, and you don't have time to really play slowly, is I think really going to be the issue here. Kua actually is going to dive up in the main base, so yeah, playing slow is becoming less of an option, although that will actually be denied. As Gumiho gets there, he does force Kua out of the main at least. The thing is, he's not even getting rid of this orbital, so Kua's holding onto his base back at home. He's expanding down the right side. The third relocates from Gumiho. And we're going to kill off those siege tanks. We somehow saved one of them. I don't know how that, that one came to be. Well, a couple of units continue to move about. Just going to be seeing the tanks continue to come across as well. A couple of shots continuing through. Another tank steps forward. It looks as though Kua is going to have enough in this game. I mean, he's going to get maybe cleaned up on this left-hand side, but it's not like Gumiho's coming out with a ton of units. Gumiho has like an equal tank count. In fact, Gumiho's army is the same, pretty much. He's down on medevacs, but his army is fairly similar otherwise. The difference will be the production tab is going to light up from Kua because he has so many more bases and so much more mining. CC gets going. As you have in the center, a little cleanup going to be made once again. So far, so good in that regard. Yeah, it does look like Kua has what he needs for this one to get cleaned up, though. The issue for Gumiho is just the bases that Kua has. Having those bases out down the bottom right and everything. Yeah. I mean, he just has so much mining consistently throughout this. Whereas Gumiho struggled to get bases online. Single marine is a mild annoyance. I think both players are doing the right thing. Gumiho will try and slow the game down and max out. He will have a larger maxed out army. Kua's going to start building a better army, because he's got the money to build starports, so he's going to start really taking air control. It's going to make it difficult for Gumiho to trade well, even if he had an army supply lead. So I think Gumiho's doing the right thing, is slowing it down, not pushing as much himself anymore, and just letting this game develop a little bit. I just think, again, unfortunately, it's Kua not making those mistakes. He's not continuing to push into a Gumiho who's just sat there defensively. He is tacking up. He is only taking fights that I think he's pretty sure he can take somewhat advantageously. So you're going to see the Marines coming on the other side. There's going to be one CC here, going to get busted down. Or at least it should have done. He lifts up and goes into the main base. Obviously, production is a huge factor. May have forced Kua to make a dive in the main base as well. Shut down production of his opponent. He's got to go deal with this attack of his opponent right now. Otherwise, this can get messy if you lose your production structures. That's a way for Gumiho to get back in this. Main orbital goes down. I mean, it should go down. It's still very low. SCVs are not repairing it. Kua is looking elsewhere. He's making a play towards his opponent's main production line at the same time. He'll start shutting down reactors. Another orbital getting shot down. Kua has more bases still to play with here is going to be the difference, right? He still has more orbitals and all the rest. GG gets called, and Kua is going to take game number 2 of this best of 5 series. Was very comfortably positioned in this game, but Gumiho did a lot of good moves to stay in it. I think that's something that's so critical to be good in TVT. Let your opponent make mistakes, or at least give him the chance to make mistakes. That's exactly what Gumiho did. He said, Kua, do the right thing, or I'm going to step back in this. Kua did the right thing. I mean, at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do, but I do think Gumiho gave himself a best shot possible, considering the fact that this was so miserable for him, the way that it was starting out. Get into this next game in just a second, guys. Game 3 coming up. Alright, get Gumiho in here. We're just missing him. Carry a kickoff onto Ultra Love for map 3. Go, ready. Oh, Gumiho's not on the player slot, that's what's gone wrong. We'll click start, and we'll count down into this, guys. Just throw you onto the in-game screen for a sec, and there'll be a moment while we get this game going. In the top right, up 2-0. Our red Terran player here from Team Liquid is Kua. And bottom left, our blue Terran is going to be Gumiho. Hit number 3. As we get this rolling. Reaper coming up, factory on the way. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper moving about. Alien Reaper's coming through. We chill for a couple of moments here on Ultra Love, set ourselves up. Game number 3. Can Gumiho bounce back? Gonna be Tough question. It's going to come out over the right side. Interference matrix on the way up. Couple of Medivacs is going to load. Head straight in the main base, so Gumiho going to bring the aggression. Let's just have a Hellions continue to fight. Tank continue to take some shots. Reaper going down. Tank will go down as well. On the left-hand side, the Hellion continues to get going. SCV is coming through. Clever tank. Couple of Marines continue to come about here. It's going to be seeing the Marines in the tank coming about. Raven continues in. Gumiho coming about as well. And at least Gumiho taking some control in this game. Definitely sets him up to be a little bit more successful. Raven going to be taking some shots. The Raven coming in from the side. Matrix hitting the siege tank. As our unit's going to continue to step forward here just for the moment. Medevac loads up once again. Get rid of the tank in the corner as the Medevac actually does play the escape on it. I mean, Gumiho gets a couple SCVs, but he loses an army supply. And Kyoto will survive here with a 2-0 lead. Yo, True Cat Mysteries, how you doing? Subs for the sub god, 52-month resub. Thank you so much for resubscribing, appreciate it. I think he has pretty much cleaned up all the harass now, so those Vikings playing cleanup and you get to go from this point. He's going to move to the middle of the map. Well, getting to the center, we're actually going to see those tanks sieging, but they're going to get Matrix, 2 of them at least, but the other 2 are going to be good, and Gumiho is going to be able to do a lot right now. Yeah, the tanks of Kua go down, and Gumiho is going to hold on. That wasn't actually a terrible trade for Kua. I think it was felt more even than it seemed. Those tanks able to put some serious work in, though, was a big factor. Marine tank back up through the middle. Stimpack about to finish. Army of Gumiho comes all the way to the top. Gumiho has the upgrade lead as well. This series is honestly starting to feel very akin to the Rong Gumiho series, where Gumiho dominated game 1 2. Rong bounced back game 3. Gumiho dominated game 4. It's kind of like Kua dominates game 1 and 2. Gumiho bounces back in game 3. Will Kua dominate again in game 4? I think we might find out, because Gumiho's definitely got a good position on this game. The air control of Kua is definitely one thing to think on, but the lack of upgrades for so long has got to come in and impact him negatively as well, right? Like, that part of this is looking rough. Get the matrices down so we can push into position and clean out that location, but on the right side we're going to set up another tank. There's nothing here from Kua. Absolutely nothing. Viking's going to fly in and maybe get the medevac. And then we actually end up losing all the Vikings. The Marine's going to try for a siege tank as well. This SCV's starting to go down. That tank is going to siege. Is that too far forward? Yeah, it is. And here's going to pull the SCVs to try and play cleanup, but this one has gone out of control. Marine tank up to the top. A few Marines on the right side moving through as well. Fifth base goes up on the left side. I mean, Gumiho just, again, fully in control of this one currently. I'm going to step up, siege up again, try and push into Kua's bases here on Ultra Love. A lot of Marine tank. He's getting ready to run into this third base. He's going to stim up. Marine goes down. Tank gets dropped. Anti-armor missile is going to be pretty big. Here trying to replicate what Gumiho did last game, which is sit back, defend, and hope your opponent makes mistakes. But so far, Gumiho is only picking the fights, which he seems pretty sure about winning. With a third base in the sky, I'm not sure that Kua really gets back in this game at all. Will knock down the Sense Terror on the right hand side. The rest of this Marine tank coming through as well. There's a bunch of Marines that are going to step forwards. These Marines are going to come through. And Gumiho will get the GG. And he will make this a contest. He will step back in this series. He will make this a game number 4. Hey, what's up, sort of? Welcome, everybody, from the sort of stream. Hope you guys are doing great. We're going to be heading into our 4th map here in a second, which is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Gonna fight some hiccups. Don't mind me. Alright, go-go says Kua. Waiting for Gumiho to give us a go-go. And we go straight into map number 4. How much did I pay for my haircut? That's a new question. I don't think anyone's ever asked how much I paid for a haircut before. How much does it look like I paid? Does this look like a $5 haircut, or does it look like a $8 haircut? Can you even get haircuts for $80? Is that a thing? Probably. $20? Isn't that just like the kind of standard price? $30, $35, $30. Yeah, I guess like $20 to $30 was about what it was. How much is a haircut in the UK? Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just kind of the standard price. You can get it for cheaper as well. You can get it for cheaper, but a place I go to is pretty standard, I would say. Do I have someone that I go to every time? No, I just go in the shop and get them to come. My haircut's not very difficult. Like, they shave the sides, and they take like a little bit of length off the top. Hey, voila! Did I ever get frosted tips? I'm not as cool as someone like Rain or Man. I think if that was going to happen, those days are behind me already. For a while I used to go to a certain guy, but the shop that he was in shut, so I stopped going there. Obviously because it's shut, and I never found out where he moved to, but I told him all about like the StarCraft stuff, and nowadays the people are like, oh, you know, what are you doing today? I'm like, oh, I'm working late or something. Like, oh, what do you work as? I'm like, oh, yeah, I just work on like computers and stuff, you know. Like the social experience of having to explain to everyone that I do YouTube videos and I live stream and this video on eSports. Oh man, like that's just, I'm just like, oh yeah, I work with computers. Let's see, we coming about. Heading back home. The thing is as well, people that, like, I don't even necessarily mind explaining it, it's just then some people are like, whoa, so how many YouTube subscribers do you have? I'm like, oh, like, you know, I've got like 40,000 or something, and they're like, whoa, you're like famous. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to get a haircut and just, you know. No one knows of me apart from like the 27 people that still watch StarCraft 2, you know. I'm just gonna shoot up here. Call myself a sports commentator. You know, it's funny because actually, recently me and Helen went to do our, I guess it's called giving notice of marriage. You have to go to like the city hall and you have like a very small interview and all of this and that. So we're doing this, we're doing this, and Helen goes in to do like her little interview first, and she comes running down. She's like, "Hey, what do I say is your job?" I'm like, I don't know. She's like, because obviously I know what you do, but like, I don't know, like, they need us to say the same thing. I was like, you're not going to have much luck because whatever's on their drop-down menu is not going to be there. I was like, just say I work in like entertainment or something. Because they don't have like, usually I would say like sports commentator, but like that's never in the drop-down menu. So it comes under like entertainment. So I'm there as like an entertainer personality or something. I was like, when I went in for mine, she was like, yeah, she was like, I don't know what to put, the girl doing the interview was like, yeah, I don't know what to put it down. I was like, yeah, usually I have the same issue, but like probably just like entertainment or something like that. Yeah. I was like, what would you do if like you had someone who comes in and does like sports commentary? And they were like, she was like, well, I don't know. That's also a pretty rare job to have, you know. Media industry, nope, doesn't exist. I went through the media stuff, tried for that, like media creator and stuff like that. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist in their drop-down menus. Freaking boring. This is what I mean. It's like such a like I have this issue before. It was just so funny because like Helen, like I say, Helen came running out. She's like, "No, I have no idea what to say. We need to say the same thing." I was like, "Yeah, I've got no idea what to say either." An influencer? No, they don't have that either. That's also not a drop-down menu thing. That's what I mean. Like their drop-down menus are so outdated for the modern world. You know, sports analyst? Nope. Because all of that goes under entertainment, basically, or entertainer. Because you're entertaining via a show, or yeah, it's really weird. I see a couple of units coming across the sides. Gumiho's first job getting deflected. He's coming forward. He's going to see a couple of Reapers going to be there. Helene's going to get blasted down. The Cyclone locking onto the medevac for a moment as well. You do live production, you don't have any drop option in the drop downs. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is a real thing. What do you put down then if you do live production? What do you end up putting down? Because like this is like a real issue. Well, it's not really an issue. It's like the 3 times my life it's come up, it's been minorly kind of interesting to figure out what to put myself down as. Like I said, I just go for entertainment. No one ever like asks you a second time anyway, you know. Unemployed, yeah. Yeah. Wonder how many people have to go, you know, running out of the notice of marriage appointment to confer with their partner what the job is. President coming up. As you have ourselves definitely an advantage for Gumiho, as he was successfully fought back in this series. It was such a rough games 1 and 2, but he might get right back there. You work as a sign language interpreter. Few drop downs have interpreter, none have your specific language. Yeah. At least you get interpreter, I suppose. But yeah, like that's the thing. These drops, it's like, why make a drop down list of things if you're not gonna make it extensive? You know, why not just let people write in what their job title is? Yeah. Siege tank fires up. Liberator gonna step forward. Siege tank is gonna go down. The few Marines step up as well. CC taking damage. Cyclone gets the lock on, picks off the SCV and the refinery. Marines and our Cyclone still stepping through. The tank's still stepping up as well. Having that orbital command is burning hard. I mean, this game is over. Gumiho is going to successfully push to victory here on Whispers of Gold. We're going to go to game 5. We're going to go to game 5 as our auto turrets drop down. SCV is going to get blasted there. The siege tank is going to fire up a storm. Businessman, eSport player / commentator. Yeah. No, like I say, I mean, it's just funny because when you look through the drop down as well, sometimes there's like some really random things, and you're like, really, like that's significant enough for a drop down option? Crazy. Game 5, did they have a draw? No, it's now 2-2. No, we're going to game 5. Maybe I misspoke. Yeah, we're going to game 5 now. It's now 2-2. Going to Amygdala to decide this best of 5 series. Who will advance to the semis, and who will fall to the wayside in the quarterfinals? Wardy, can you make a backflip? If you just look at me on camera, does it look like I can do a backflip? Because if it does, like, I honestly feel like I'm really kind of punching high in life, you know? Like, if you look at me and think I can do a backflip, I'm just going to take that as a win. Yeah, I can do a backflip. The fact that has to be a question is already amazing in my eyes. The landing would be a problem. Yeah. They didn't specify how successful the backflip had to be. Could I go backwards? Yes, if I fall off a tall enough wall. Is it true that I have legs? No, all StarCraft commentators and streamers don't actually have legs. It's really annoying because when you have to stand up, you have to attach the little like leg looking like things so that people don't question half the time. But yeah, obviously we don't have legs. Just sit here and talk about games and stream games all day, you know? I'm gonna backflip. Look, I can do a backflip. Well, it's not quite a backflip actually. It's more of a oh, I cannot do it on this? Here you go. It's not quite a backflip, it's more of a barrel roll. There you go. Nailed the landing as well. Alright. Let's jump into the bottom left-hand side of the map where we have ourselves the Red Terran play. He's tied the series up to 2-2. We have Gumiho in the bottom left. And in the top right, we have got ourselves the Blue Terran, Cure. Yo, Pogalisk, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on that Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, I use OBS nowadays, but on XSplit, we used to be able to do some real fun things with the screen and, like, moving stuff around. I remember when we used to have, I wonder if this is in my archive of Twitch clips, but we used to do, like, when the stream got hyped, we'd put music on, and then we'd, like, spam the screen full of, like, words to the song. Well, I say words to the song, it was usually Sandstorm, so it'd just say do, and we'd have it scrolling again and again on the screen, and yeah, that was a thing. I wonder if I've got a clip of that. Excuse the lack of frames for a few moments, guys. Oh. Oh, this PC doesn't have any of my backup stuff. Oh. Huh. Shit. Is that all over here? Yeah. I've got it all over here. Huh. I do somewhere have saved all my old, like, clips of the stream. I just don't know where that is. Where would that be? Maybe in here, videos. It might be on my PC that's currently busted. I didn't even think about transferring stuff off of that thing. Oh, yeah, I think it's on a hard drive I don't actually have plugged into a working PC at the minute. Well, it works, just it's unplugged. Huh. I didn't even think about that. That's wild. Alright, sorry. There's stuff going on in this game. Apologies. Reapers and Hellion get across the map. Man, I really wanted to find that clip, but never mind. Alright, so Reapers and Hellion gonna dive through. And Cure is gonna come down the ramp and try and play defense here on these early stages. Well, grenade goes down. The bunker gonna gather together. And Banshee on the way through, as we do see our units, our Reapers and the Hellion heading down to the bottom left. Away they go. Hyperflight Rotors building on the Banshee. We've seen a couple Marines coming about. The Siege Tank is on the way in. Again, the Cyclone and a Banshee and SCVs coming about. Refinery still building. As Gumiho continues to move. A few of those Reapers go up that left-hand side. 3 Reapers up the left. Banshee and Cyclone coming by. SCVs in production. Interference Matrix is on the way as well. So yeah, Hyperflight Rotors is potentially going to lead us into some heavier Banshee play. Maybe some Battle Mech is on the table. All of these Reapers already going along then. So again, Gumiho just looking for some early pressure. But yeah, mixing it up big time in this game number 5. Well, time to mix it up into, like, potentially something as crazy as, like, Banshee speed and so on as well, right? Is definitely not a norm. Banshee Akira is going to fly over these Reapers, and honestly, it is worth shooting those down. Take those kills. Not worth chasing them forever, but shooting one down is definitely not a bad thing if it's just there. Third Banshee starting up from Gumiho. As we continue to get that on the go, bring it up and get it going. CC is going to land in the middle of the main base, so we get the CC going again, cloaking coming up. A couple of additional barracks coming through from Kira as well. The Orbital Command and SCVs build also. Let's see what these Banshees can do. I mean, they are speedy. I'm going to get cloaked behind it. They're going to fly straight in, Kira. He's going to lock on with the Cyclone. Loses the lock on now, the Cyclone will die. The Banshees have the speed to stay in range as well. Have to auto turret to help deflect these Banshees a little bit. I mean, we don't, but that means we take even more SCVs losses. Auto turret is not going to be good for a kill. Oh, we could auto turret again with this new Banshee. With this new Raven, sorry. Good stuff from Gumiho. A bunch of SCVs killed. We're going to be seeing the new Banshee showing up as well. Going to drop another auto turret down just to try and deflect this. I mean, this is annoying. Got a couple of Vikings on the way up from Kira, but Gumiho is going to take a worker and army supply lead on this. Tanks and Marines continue to move out. Just going to have ourselves a couple of Vikings on the way through. The engineering bay is on its way up as well. Impact +1, engineering bay all continuing through. A couple of factories are coming up on the side of Gumiho, so we get that on the way also. This Banshee is going to get repaired by the SCVs. The Marine tank from the upper left-hand side going to move on down. A couple of factories are still building up. Again, Banshee, tank, Marine all producing. The armory is on the way from Gumiho also, so we get that on the go too. And Banshees are going to cloak, and I mean, they can just target down the tank quickly, but we actually lose one Banshee very quickly, but the tank has still fallen. It means that Kyo's going to have to lift this third base. There's no way he defends this here while arriving so late. I refuse to believe it. The Vikings are a big deal, and she should be able to shoot down those Banshees a little bit and actually zone those out, but yeah, he's losing so many tanks. 8 SCVs go down. I'm genuinely shocked that he didn't just lift the CC and run the SCVs. I don't think there was ever a world in which he was going to be able to protect that properly. I'm very surprised, as we just see the lap around from those Banshees as well. They are going to be able to get that siege tank too, so Kyo's basically just lost all of his tanks. And Gumiho playing mech behind this as well. The 1-1 vehicle weapons and plating coming online. At this point, we do have a little bit of air control as Kyo, but Gumiho's now building 3 Vikings at a time to undo that air control. Kyo's going to start to move across the map as... I mean, maybe a counterattack across the map could actually see some success for him as well. I mean, Gumiho's going to be out of position. Those tanks aren't going to do anything on the top side. And he is just going to relocate his third to the right. Work count heavily in favor of Gumiho, who's going to move these units over in this direction. Like I say, he's going to have all of this army of Kyo coming towards his own third base. I think Gumiho might be in trouble on that third, honestly. I mean, he is going to siege his opponent's natural, though, so lose your third, kill your opponent's natural. That's kind of a fair trade, I guess. As that orbital's still in trouble. We got to go right now, Kyo, I think. I don't think waiting around is going to do much for you. Matrix, the first tank. The Vikings are going to land. The Marines stim in. Matrix, the second tank, that helps out a lot as well. On the other side of the map, Gumiho is on the natural, but, I mean, Q is going to break the natural in a couple of moments as well. He stops, he slows down, he scans the tanks that just got sieged. I think he could have done a lot there if he actually just went for them. I mean, this game is within playing rights from Q, right? I mean, he's going to have the... Oh, he's going to clean up! He's going to clean up across the map. He loses so many SCVs, though. He loses so many SCVs, but he can now mine fully from his natural in third, and he's kind of got control over here until Gumiho pushes back up. Vikings going to continue to come around, just going to have the few shots going over there as well. He's going to fight a couple of Hellions, going to get jumped on. Siege tank is going to get chased down. Kyo definitely looking to break through here. He's one tank on the high ground from Gumiho, but what we can do right now is potentially take a position where we can knock that tank down and then just own the natural. Few Marines left over here. They're going to stim again as they pull away. This is Kua doing the SCV damage to equalize in this game a little bit. I mean, tanks just sieging on the natural is obviously a huge factor, and that's going to be massive in general. The Vikings do win out in this guys from Gumiho, but we do have the scanner allowing us to see. No, we do not talk about. We lose high ground vision. So that high ground siege tank is going to get cleaning up. Oh my goodness, Kua is going to focus on the natural still. Is on 3 bases back at home, remember? Oh, nice scan. He's going to get a siege tank there. Every tank that goes down for Gumiho is so rough because he kind of needs those tanks to hold and eventually break out of this. SCVs are going to pull. This is going to be the moment the Vikings are landed. We're just going to send it. Only a few SCVs pulled in. I do not hate that choice because you do not need all of those SCVs to actually defend this. If you pull all of the SCVs in, what happens is that you give up way more workers than you actually need. In this case, you just give up a handful, and it's enough to break Kua down and break yourself out. Uh-oh, that tank not sieged up right now, though. It's sieging. The Marines, the Marauder going to go. We should really be trying to get the tank, though, if we're going to chase that down. That's a few units given up from Kua. Doubling the army supply. I think either wait or go for the siege tank there should have been the options really on the board. Kua's going to try and take a position on the left side, or just drop in the natural as well. That could work. The thing is, Gumiho's playing mech, so it's all about being pre-positioned, and, you know, moves like this from Kua are going to force him to not be pre-positioned and going to allow you to take wins. Kua 3, Gumiho 2, and that, my friends, is going to be Kua getting the win in the end. This became a much closer series than it started out as, but we get there. And that is going to be our TVTs done with for now. We'll be back into Spirit Clem in a little bit, as Gumiho will fall and Kua advances to the round of 4. Alright, so going to kick off into Maxpax versus Trap. Maxpax has a higher seed, so he will get server preference. Just double checking that one. Bugboo, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. How are you doing? Where the hell did all the viewers come from? When did we get to 1,500 viewers? Is this because we took a time out to talk about drop-down menus and jobs? That's where the viewership came from, isn't it? Yeah. So many people today. Hello, everyone. Welcome. This is the WardiTV November playoffs. Thank you, Illusion85, coming in with the Prime sub as well. Just before we go to a quick break, I'm just going to be a couple moments while we get videos sorted. Take a quick break, but obviously do continue supporting the channel. We really do appreciate it, and it goes such a long way. It helps us out so much. These are WardiTV tournaments. They do not happen without your support. Prize money does not come from nowhere. It comes from you guys supporting the stream. So if you really do enjoy the tournament, you want to see more of them in the future, do consider supporting. Like and subscribe on the YouTube. Follow here on Twitch. Obviously use your Prime subs. You obviously have all the options to donate and stuff as well. I do not need to remind you about that. As up next, we're going to go Trap versus Maxpax, then Solo Showtime, winner of that versus Shin, and then Spirit versus Clem to finish the day. That's where we're going, guys. I'll be right back in a couple moments. I'll see you guys very soon. Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Trap Maxpax about to start. It's been a great series lately. It's been a fun one. I'm actually getting the better of Maxpax here and there. Wonder if this gets to play Hero tomorrow. It's gonna be fun as well. Whoever advances. So yeah, our schedule for the rest of the day: Maxpax Trap, Solo versus Showtime. The winner of Solo Showtime takes on Shin, and then Spirit versus Clem. Does that sound good to you guys? Yeah! Wow, amazing, guys. Thank you so much for the response. Really appreciate it. In the bottom left, we do have the red Protoss player, the king of Protoss in Europe, especially. Maybe the king of Protoss all around, but one of the players that does, adjust a little bit more slowly to patches and new things, especially because his styles really rely on, being very figured out and knowing exactly what's happening, and new stuff kind of changes that a lot. Gets Maxpax in the bottom left, and he has fallen victim to trap our blue Protoss in the top right a couple of times. Basically, the bottom bracket semi-finals is the finals? No way. You doubting Shin / Showtime / Solo / Cure? Cure, I would doubt a little bit. He actually surprised me winning today. He's done way better than I thought, because I haven't seen much Cure lately. Are you doubting the other guys? Shin freaking rocks at the minute, man. Shin's so freaking good. Shin's so freaking good. Look, the reasons that a bunch of those guys are on the bottom portion of the bracket is because, they all keep not getting first place in their groups. Otherwise, they'd be spread about in different sections. Make it make sense. Probe's gonna nibble probes. So you do just take a few moments setting up and getting going. Seeing what is gonna go down as our cyber cores coming in. Our gateways are building. So far, so good. So far, so good. Depth gonna build, Stargate coming through. So gonna chase, probe, gonna come about. Let's see the cellar, gonna take a couple of nibbles. You have a couple Stalkers still continuing up. Stargate is building, the warp gate on the way. Next is getting going on the natural as well. The pylon is about to finish. Again, Robo Facility and a couple of Stalkers continue through for the moment. As you do have Maxpax expanding. Well, Trap is adding on the Robo. Trap's adding on the gateway. Trap is going to bring the aggression to Maxpax here in this one. Next coming through, just going to see the few Stalkers going to step forward as well. A couple of units continue to gather up. Void Ray and the Warp Gate continue to come through. Stalker's going to shoot the Oracle, going to take a few more bits of damage. Void Ray still coming online. The Gateway coming through, the probes as well. Let's see, Stalker's on the bottom left. Trap going to try and push forward a little bit. Maxpax moving about. Stalker's warping, obviously Trap got to pull the trigger at some point soon. The Void Ray on the way up. Now this Void Ray defense is a little bit weaker than it used to be. Due in part, of course, to the fact that battery overcharge doesn't exist. And so much of the Void Ray defense comes down to just maintaining the Void Rays. I love this move from Trap. I don't think he was ever committing into this main base at all. He made it look like it. The Void Rays pull away. Now he gets position with the Concave on the natural, but he gets force fielded in. You got to protect those Stalkers. The last thing you want to have happen here is losing Stalkers, but he keeps them all alive. The Stasis Wards, though, we already had a big one, and the second goes down. 2 Stasises to cover the mineral line. Trap has no income. That's going to be extremely difficult to afford any new units. And again, it's all about building up that Stalker count, so the Stasis Wards going off in a huge way. Trap, that's the mistake he makes. I love what he did on the front, but you got to have a good defense back at home as well, and that just has not happened here. If you step forward, we'll get rid of a couple of the Stalkers, but again, you've got to get to a point here where you can fight the Void Rays. Now, getting rid of some of the buffer is nice. It's a start, but there's definitely a lot more work to be done. Again, we get away from the force fields without too many issues. Only 2 Stalkers lost for Trap still. This is not done yet. No! Stop letting the Oracle decide this game, Trap. Buddy, just warp in 2 Stalkers at home. At this point, it would have been worth it. We don't have enough to kill the Void Ray. Okay, a second volley gets it done, but Prismatic Alignment is active there. So a couple of Stalkers taking a big beating. Again, that's the difference of a couple more Stalkers just, you know, because that Oracle Stasis Rod has done so much at this stage. I'm going to step forward again. I just do not think that this is a Stalker count that's good enough to get the job done right. I mean, we're going to get our Warpins going again as Trap gets his money back online. And the Stasis Ward kind of fades away. The Oracle's just sat there. There's nothing at home. I mean, that's why maybe Trap had so much power, because there was nothing at home to defend from the Oracle or to kind of push it back at all. So maybe that gives him some initial power, but you've got to be able to then handle the Stasis Wards. You've got to stop that, and Trap was not able to do that here, and that's going to be the killing blow for him in this game. Those Stasis Wards were just too good. They denied so many Stalkers. Stalkers will shoot. Zal goes down. As the Stalkers gather up. There's a move ahead. I mean, we're going to come in again, but again, the Void Ray count is up at 4. We're going to pop all Prismatics, and I mean, Trap is just going to commit to this. He knows he has to try and do something, and he will kill a couple Void Rays, but that's not going to do it. Maxpax takes the opening game, GG's, and gets the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Man, that was a fun way to start the PvP, I think. I'm down with it. Hey, Big Mum Jeff, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate your support in the stream. Pushing us back. We're nearly at 850 subs again, guys. It's amazing. We had a drop-off overnight, and then to start the day off, we actually had Sobad, who was one of our alternate language casters, dropped the 30 sub bomb to kick off the day, which brought us right back up and running. So, shout out to him once again. Shout out to you all for continuing support and subscribe. We are going to head into in a couple of moments. Go ready. GLHF. Protoss versus Protoss setting up. Why not snipe the natural? The problem is if you target the natural, putting him down a 1 base to 1 base isn't really good enough. And if you can get the natural freely, then sure. But I think there wasn't really a moment for him where it was like, I may as well finish the natural. Now, maybe he could have just finished the natural, but I think he's still in a lot of trouble. The Stasis, you got to be able to kill the voids, and any volley that goes on the natural is not a volley toward the voids and so on. So yeah. Did I see Harsam's clip of thinking Maxpax went Void Ray first against him on El Dorado? I did not know. Would you like to share? Does it make Harsam look like a fool? I'm always a fan of those ones. Bottom left, Maxpax is on a 1-0 lead. The top right, our blue Protoss is Trap. Big Daddy SC2, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gates coming up, probes on the way in, assimilators are going to build. Just take a few moments to settle into this. Game number 2. Probe's just going to scout. Obviously, this is a map of the ramp, so we can see one gate expands from both here. Could be very cool. Well, Zealot on the way from both players. The Cyber Core's coming through. Zealot important in case your opponent kind of pylon blocks your Nexus. You need that Zealot to be able to get something done. Well, Probe's going about. Probe taking some damage against Stargate and the Adept coming up. Probes will chase around a little bit, as we do have our Nexus coming through. Probe and the Stalker and the Warp Gate all coming online. There's going to be a little pylon to play the blocking game at the front as well. Another battery going to go down. The Stalker going to get there. This is Maxpax doing a Maxpax thing, but Trap just kind of shuts it down early, and it's not really going to get anywhere at all, really. Will be good to play the deflection again. Adept, Stargate, Nexus, Warp Gate, all continuing up for now. Bringing that all online. Adept is going to get grabbed. We do have the couple Stalkers going to push back the other direction. Kind of funny, you don't really want to finish the pylon off while the Adepts are nearby, right? But the Adepts will kill their own pylon, and then Trap doesn't get the wall off. Loses the probe. He killed one Adept. Now Trap is going to have a unit in the main base, and that main mineral line is going to come under fire with the Stasis Ward activating. So you had the battery to protect him in general. Obviously, still have to move away from the Stasis Ward, as we learned in the last game, yeah. You know? Stasis Ward's pretty good. Now, let me open this Hearthstone clip so I can watch it after the game. Before it disappears in chat. Couple Oracle's going to activate, a few probes going down, 4 workers are going to drop, make it 5, make it 6. Oof. 6 workers going down. Again, Gateway and the Twilight Council building up as well. The Warp Gate is about to finish from Maxpax. I mean, Trap just loses so many workers here. I mean, this is incredible. His Twilight Council is barely any faster. He's got 4 Stalkers to the 1, sure, but they're not going to do anything right now, and he's just lost 9 workers. Blink starts at the same time from Maxpax. I think it's fair to say that this is a disaster of a game so far from Trap. This is not it. This is not it at all. Blink is coming up, the gate's all coming about. I mean, Maxpax is setting up to move forward a little bit here. More shots coming around, some damage being done. So we've seen our Stalkers coming about as well. Continue to try and get some damage out of this. As you see our Blink coming in on both sides. The Gateway's coming over. As Blink finishes, Maxpax is going to get Blink finished more quickly as well. Honestly, kind of crazy. Stalkers will step up. Probe will go down. The Blink's still building. We do have on the right side the Oracles are still available too. I mean, Trap has a couple of Adepts coming across the map, but just don't see what we really achieve. I'm being overly negative. I mean, it just feels like so good for Maxpax. He's up to a bunch of workers. I mean, I guess it's more even than I'm really making out. Like, it's a couple of workers, really, but I just feel like the fact that Maxpax still has the 2 Oracles is such a major boon as well. Just amazing to have those up. He does clean out both those Adepts, so that's going to be the end of their attempts of harassing. No more efforts from those anytime soon. Much is about to be done from Maxpax. I mean, Trap is going into Immortals, which I like. Obviously, Immortals do create a pretty bulky defense for you, but you've got to then make sure those Immortals are part of that bulky defense, because the issue you're going to end up having here, essentially, is that Maxpax is playing into the purely Stalkers, so yeah, if you start losing an Immortal or so, you're going to have less Stalkers, then you're going to be in a bad time. That was a bad fight for Maxpax. Doesn't get much done at all there. Losing Stalkers, getting caught in force fields. He's going to come in from a different direction, but the second Immortal is ready, and I think Trap will continue to take a good fight. Oh my goodness, we walk into that stasis. It's a little unfortunate. They were just set up as well, exactly for a reason like this. Try and get something done. Now the Oracle's going to combine into the natural, but Stalker's there, and they are going to be able to play defense. Next, Stasis catches the Immortals. Maxpax will step forward and look for these Stalkers on the bottom. As he actually blinks across, he's going to actually blink in here. He's just going to commit. Feels as though he has enough to take an advantage right now with the units that are caught in stasis, but he's actually struggling to one-shot. Getting back on track a little bit there towards the end, but you know, time to leave. Stasis will fade in a moment. Maxpax is going to make a getaway over to the right-hand side. Guess who's back, though? It's the Oracle. Yeah, only one of them left, but still enough to get a few kills, and that's where the numbers rise once again in Maxpax's favor. Now, he's down a lot of army supply. He's done some worker damage. Can he maintain this and keep this going in a way that potentially gives him enough benefit to have a win on the board? Stalkers, Immortals coming back over. Gonna recall that Oracle for a moment. The Stalkers knock a hallucination out of the sky. First one on the ground, charge coming up. Additional gates from Trap coming through with the Prism, also underway. And +2 attack will start up the Observer, and the extra Zealots produce through as well. A couple of gates, and the Nexus continue up. That 4th base getting established. Got 4 bases on both sides. Temple Archives building from Trap. It's still just behind so many workers. The longer this goes, that worker deficit is definitely going to sink in deeper and deeper, and Maxpax will really start to outnumber him. These now let's talk together a little. So we've seen a couple of force fields coming down, and we have, yeah, force field's going to be good enough for now. And we've seen our Giselle's going to start trying to harass, though. The supply overall definitely starting to open up in Maxpax's favor. Stalker still gathers in. We've seen extra gates coming up. Cannon battery coming through. Archons and the +2 attack going to be joining up as well. So units from Trap just out in the center. I mean, Maxpax is going to make a dig up to the top left-hand side. Maxpax still doesn't have quite the army supply I thought he would. He's taking a 5th base. He's getting a couple more gateways. Maybe it's just the investments there. Got the Prism as well, so at the same time, Trap's on the bottom side. The map is going to walk straight into a stasis. No, he blinks into a good spot. Well handled. As Maxpax now has to come up and create a response to this. Stasis Ward goes down. The Archons of Trap really struggling to kind of get involved in this fight. Maxpax losing 4 workers so far. Seems like he's Trap is dealing with the Prism across the map pretty well too. Not much damage coming from that now. Finally, a couple probes start to drop. Blink backward, get the Stalkers in the back, let the Zealots, Immortals, and Archons do their thing in the front, especially let the Archons reaching in is a big deal. That Stasis gets killed off before it can do much else. The couple of Archons on both sides are going to begin dropping here. This is where these Immortals from earlier in the game are actually so nice. The problem is I'm not sure if they're going to survive long enough to really get involved on the Stalkers. They do get a lot of shots off. Trap is winning this fight on this bottom side. What a weird game. Maxpax led in workers pretty much the whole way through. And alas, kind of just never transitioned that into enough army supply to kind of matter too much. I mean, the game doesn't end here, but definitely feels as though there shouldn't be favor towards Trap at all on us. I don't know. I'm surprised. That Stasis Ward right there is a dangerous scenario. Gonna knock it down. And Maxpax now, the extra workers are going to benefit him a lot on the rebuild to get going. He's actually going to chase quite far forward though, and Trap going to be able to turn on that and go back into this army. Zealot's going to continue through, just going to keep on chasing. Trap has still just about an edge in army supply. I'm not sure if it's good enough though. Trap supply is still doing okay. Again, caught a little bit in the Stasis Ward's going to suck for him. I mean, he still has 2 Archons in the Immortal. That tech units are really providing some power for him. Another Stasis Ward, man. It's crazy how many Stasis Wards you can get now. That's really pretty nutty. As the Stalkers do shut down the Prism. This is a much better Prism shutdown than the last one, which was actually a lot more expensive just in general. Next on the right, going to move around a little bit as well. We've seen those Zealots coming over, +3 attack on the way through. Dark Shrine and the Nexus continue to come about as Trap sends the Zealot down to that bottom right-hand side. Zealot Stalker Archon moves into the center. Stalker's going to step up a little bit as well. Well, the Zealot's just going to get into the front there. The Prism is going to be overhead. I mean, Trap is just going to lose this game off of the sustained 80+ economy that Maxpax has had, right? I actually think Trap's had a lot of good moments, just unable to really, again, deal with the fact that Maxpax has had that much more economy available. So he'll get a Zealot. Zealot Stalker Archon continue to come through. Just going to see the force field dropping down. Again, we got a +3 coming through as well currently. So a lot of units from Maxpax down on the south. Just going to move back over the right. A few of the Zealots get chased away. Archons are going to push up, and there's the Stasis Ward there again, going to slow Trap's advance down. Trap just finished up his +3 attack upgrade to make the upgrades even once more. Maintain that. Another nice Stasis Ward. Oh. We can get maxed out on either side. Obviously, Trap might lose, so he will lose some of these Zealots. Maxpax can just sit next to them and play a very easy cleanups. Trap definitely having issues when you look at the bank. But Immortal gets caught by a few Zealots as well. Maxpax making all the catches here on Ultra Love. Just chipping his way through his opponents. That's all going to be firing. He's going to be seeing the army continue about. Archon's going to push through. And Dark Shrine, the gates. Coming over. The Robo Bay is setting up as well. A couple of cannons coming by. The DT's actually going to get that 5th base as well, which... Oh no, sorry, it was Zealots. The DT's are playing defensively, my apologies. So Trap gets some defensive Dark Templar to help him out. It might be able to use those Dark Templar aggressively too. Maybe that's something which dictates a little bit of how this game resumes. Stalker's blink. The Archon will go down. We continue to push straight through the bottom here from Maxpax. Get into that bottom right corner. I don't think this is it for Trill. He has a lot of Archons, but he doesn't have a lot of... The Stalker's behind from Maxpax is going to do so much of the damage here, actually. He could actually blink for the Prism as well if he wants it. I think he probably will on the chase down anyways. Blink, gets the Prism as the priority. It does seem as though this is just going to be too much Maxpax. I mean, he was just on a way better economy all game long as well. I'm very impressed that Trap drew this one out as far as he did, because in my eyes, this was kind of meant to give Maxpax's game so much sooner. And maybe more so than I actually was even saying it should have been. Like, I actually think it was a much closer game when I was kind of counting Trap out a little bit, perhaps, but... Yeah, I mean, I saw things that, to me, meant that Trap should have been more ahead, but that's the magic of StarCraft 2 sometimes. Ultra Love goes the way of Maxpax, and we are going to be on a 2-0 lead for our Danish Protoss, who is going to send us the lobby link to El Dorado. Right, well, they host us up. Let's watch this Hearthstone clip.
I hate that he opened up with a Void Ray first, but we'll allow it.
He's going to blink into a stasis.
I hate that he opened up with an Oracle first time. He tricked.
Yeah, Hearthstone's so dumb. Classic Hearthstone moment. Alright, I'm going to hop into game number 3 of this one. Maxpax leads 2-0, a map away from victory. As we kick this one off. Alright, hopping in game. We're going to have in the bottom left of El Dorado, the red Protoss player here is Maxpax. Taking on in the bottom right, our blue Protoss Trap. Such a rough early game from Trap. And then he brought it back with some good fights. Maxpax again overcommitting on the Prism at one point into those Immortals was definitely rough and gave Trap a bit more hope as well, but Trap unable to really sustain that to a victory. Here we are now, 2-0 lead for Maxpax. We had a couple 2-0s. I mean, every match so far has gone to a 2-0 before it's gone anywhere else, so maybe, possibly. This one also has a bit of a comeback awaiting us as we enter game 3. And we put our eyes on Trap to try and turn this series around. Probe nibbling at the other probe. Probe nibbling at the probe. And you see now Cybercore coming through, the Zell coming around. Another Garon, how you doing? Thanks so much for the 44-month resub. Suppose they're playing on the NA server. We can only play on the NA server because the PTR is only on NA. There's no PTR European or other servers. Stalker gonna shoot at and get rid of that probe. So the probe will fall. Stalker still chrono boosting, the warp gate building on the cybercore as well. Keep this running. We'll have nibbles continuing through. We do have again the cybercore coming up. The Nexus is on the way. There's a Stargate coming about. Attempting that main base. It's been a little annoying. Voidra already on the way up for Maxpax as we do have the Oracle of Maxpax going down here in the naturals. Trap broke through the couple of Stalkers, gets the Oracle kill. That's going to be quite a nice talk. Now you don't have to worry about the Oracle. Definitely going to help out quite a bit. Blink probes, gateway all coming up. And Twilight Council building through, the Nexus on the way in. See those few stalks in the center moving about a little bit. Blink still coming up, battery, probes. Continue to move around as well. Do have our Void on the Stalker. Maybe with a couple of Adepts as they shade up into what is natural. Just gonna get a couple of Adepts. Just gonna go flanking through a few of the probes. Getting shot at. We lose the sync on the shots though, so it's only 2 probes going down. Now the Oracle activates, low HP probe will go down already. We're actually trying to chase away the units in the front. Voidra activates though, trap. Do we step a bit too far forward there? Maxpax is going to back away for the moment. Most Stalkers just warp in on the natural. Again, the robo facility coming up, couple probes coming through. We've seen that blink about halfway done. A couple Stalkers come back into the natural. The robo facility coming up. Gateway in production. That Nexus is on the way through. The Observer and Stalker coming up. Blink still building as the Stalker's getting underneath the Oracle. Oracle goes down. Maxpax not having a good game with the Oracles at all. Trap able to continue shutting those down, doing a nice job. And Prism coming about, getting settled in. See how Stalker's going to come all the way through the bottom, so open up that bottom side. Obviously, we're expanding up the top, but the Stalker's going to attack through the bottom, and Trap going to try to utilize that right now as he comes in this direction. All Stalkers warp in, just going to be seeing that Stalker's ready to hop across into the natural. Can Maxpax deal with this? He's currently out chasing an Adept also on the top side of the map. Trap's going to blink over towards the over the gold. Maybe just go for a more frontal attack. Like I say, there's a bunch of these units over here from Maxpax. 4 Stalkers playing a chasing game, but it means they're not in position to necessarily play defense. As now we're going to cut those off as Trap as they try to get back. He kills one, the other blinks away. Now he blinked to commit to these Stalkers on the top side. Maxpax is going to come through himself. The Voidra is just allowed to swing during this. Gets a lot of damage before it's finally targeted. Maxpax down about 8 army supply. Will he be able to hold on? He's starting to blink back defensively. Obviously, Trap can do the same, keep his Stalkers alive as long as possible. Maxpax has some batteries doing some healing. He's going to start Chrono Boost and an Immortal here, which is going to take a little while to get going. Trap is going to use this moment to brute force his way into the natural. And I love the blink. Just aggressively blink on top of units that you see being free. But once again, going to go from a 2-0 lead for a player into the other guy winning game 3. This has been the tale of the day across the TVTs, and now here in the PvP as well, as Trap gets a few more warp-ins, a couple of Zealots even being added on. he just has outrageous numbers. It's so difficult to really do much about that right here. Immortal obviously is something that could have helped if there was more support to it. Trap capitalizes on the bad start Maxpax has. Multiple oracles go down, and Trap does manage to clean the game up from that point and takes it to game number 4. So Trap will not die just yet as they continue to battle for the right to play hero in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Maxpax will not win this one 3-0. Again, after this, guys, we got Solo versus Showtime, followed by the winner taking on Shin, so that will be coming up as well. We are counting down into Amygdala. So pumped for Solo Showtime. Me too. I think Solo Showtime is going to be very good. That's one of the better matchups of this first day. In the bottom left, we have got our red Protoss player. This is going to be with the 2-1 lead still, unable to close out in Game 3. Can he do it in Game 4? Maxpax. Up against the blue Protoss in the top right corner of Amygdala, we have Trap. Again, very good. Just needs to tighten a couple things up. I was able to do so in Game 3. Let's see if we can keep it going. So, here we are. Map 4. Can Trap keep on track? Probes move about a little. Just going to be seeing the gateways side, of course, coming up. Probes are going to be on the way through. Started on the way. Cybercore's building. Get settled down for just a couple of moments. Drop the Nexus down. Again, the sentry's coming up. The warp gate is coming through. You see, Zal continues to chase the probe for a couple of moments. So, probe again pushed about. Sentry is about to pop, and that sentry can go straight after the probe here for a little bit. Need to get some damage dealt. Oh, Nexus from Maxpax, and Trap just going to go back to the robe. I think he's going to go back to what he did in Game 1, which is kind of... Honestly, I felt like it had potential, just really the stasis wards killed him, so we will see what the plan is here. He's actually going to expand. Okay, so he's not going to commit to the one base. He's going to go for the expansion. I think he's scared himself away from the one base based on what we had originally seen. Next coming up, get settled down, just gonna see the Stargate coming through. The gateway as well. Hallucination continues to build for a few moments. Stalkers will whack away at the hallucinated Phoenix, as like I said, Trap has that early robo finish. Now going to move into the Twilight. We'll see the first Oracle coming through from Maxpax. We'll see if that can do much for him. See how much he tries to achieve with it. The Oracle comes across the map, heading to the upper right-hand side here. The Stalker and a few sentries move about. Actually, can turn onto the Oracle, just to help deflect it, just a little bit. Away for a few moments. Oracle gets a little revelation off on a couple of those Stalkers. Some damage done there. Seeing a couple of Adepts are going to come back the other way as well. Those taking shots again. You'll see the sentries coming through. The Adepts take damage. Adept in the main base. I mean, this is already 4 probes going down. The Oracle, I love it, just dives in, gets a probe, gets out. Gonna make this 7 workers in total. The Oracle also just took a shot or 2. Oracle stays escaping up through the top. Stalker Sentry moves around again. The Blink and the Gate all coming online. Gonna walk away through the pylon. Damage being done. Will drop into that 3rd base location. Again, the Blink coming up, Gateway coming through, Robo Facility coming online as well. All of that keeps on going, as we will have our Stalkers just going to get up and underneath. Still making our way around the top side. So this is going to get there next. This is going to take a lot of shots. I mean, Trap is on the other side of the map as well. Base trade! Maxpax goes for the pylon. He hesitated for a second there in terms of what to maybe do. He's just going to go straight to the natural, maybe even straight for the main to shut down production is obviously a very valid choice. There's a few Stalkers about to be an Immortal here as well. I actually do not know if this is necessarily the right call, because the Immortal plus the Stalkers might make this a defense, so we get a pylon, but that gets undone very quickly. The Stalkers and the sentries over here will continue to fight. Has Trap found the better edge of this base trade or not? Continue to get a few more probes. Kind of needs to get rid of the... yeah, I mean, having to fight the Immortal is going to suck. He's committed to killing the Robo, and he's not even going to get it. That's such a bad call in the end. How was he to know? He was very close to stopping the Immortal coming out, but maybe just because he'd already been there so long. And now we see all the probes continue to go down in the natural. Trap back at home as he does not win the fight over here. Maxpax has more Stalkers across the map. Maxpax is going to take this one, it looks like, as this got pretty crazy pretty quickly. I liked it for Trap initially, but yeah, all that damage on the Robo to not deny the Immortal coming out is really rough. Because that is going to be GG's, and Maxpax takes the 3-1 victory here in this series. Maxpax 3 and Trap 1. Maxpax will play Hero in tomorrow's quarterfinals. That might be our opening match tomorrow, by the way. Seems like we'll have no scheduling issues, so we'll probably just go Maxpax Hero, Yun versus Spirit or Clem. Semi-final, finals. That's probably going to be tomorrow's lineup. Confirm that later on. But for now, it's time for us to go into Solo versus Showtime. So we're going to ready this one up. Solo will have server preference. We'll get Showtime versus Solo underway. The winner of this plays Shin in the round after as well. And that is where we are going for our next couple of series. So those are coming up, guys. Those are going to be going here in just a few. Get this ready to go in just a few moments. Let me throw some ads up. Thank you for joining us here across the Twitch and the YouTube. I haven't even liked my own YouTube stream today. Not setting a good example. Let's go and do that real quick, because it really is a real quick thing to do. Give it a like. Help it along. Beautiful. How's everyone feeling again? Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Alright guys, just a few moments. Thank you for your patience. Get back to this in just a few. Wait for some map picks. Gonna be ley lines to start us off. Set up. Alright, ley lines coming up. Get this underway. See what is going to happen between Solo and Showtime. I think that's going to be a very fun series. Alright, Showtime vs. Solar coming up in just a few moments. Get this underway. We're just waiting for one of the players to get some water, and we're going to be off into this PvZ. Shout out to all the players being ready to play today. It's been nice and smooth going so far. It's a big bonus for us. Alright, players are ready. Let's do this. Let's dive into some more action here, guys, as we go into Showtime vs. Solar PvZ best of 5 here in the round of 12. So this is going to be our second to last round of 12 matchups. Again, the rest of the day, Solar vs. Showtime. The winner takes on Shin in the round of 8. We finish with the round of 12 at the end of the day with Spirit taking on Clem. 3 best of 5s to go. We've had 3 best of 5s so far. We're running a good schedule. Let's try and keep it up. I actually think this is going to be one of the longest series of the day, though. I think Showtime, Solar have some tendency to play... I think Solar will play some aggressive games, but I think Showtime has a tendency to make some of these games longer as well. So let's see what we get as we go into map number 1 on ley lines. In the bottom left-hand corner, finished second place in his group. It is the blue Zerg player, Solar. Taking on the red Protoss in the top right. BQ in his group, but lost to Halston, had a bit of a disaster in the end. Lost to Spirit too. It is Showtime in the top right. See how his PvZ's looking. Here today. So, we got ourselves settled, and we look to see what will go down in this one. Obviously, I do think we'll see some Solar aggression. I do think we'll see Showtime try and draw some games out longer. I think we're going to see some Tempest in this series, because Solar's likely going to end up on some Lurkers as well. Okay, it finishes up at the front. The Nexus is building through. And the extractor gas or hatch gas and pool coming online. Nothing's too surprising for the first few minutes here. As we get up and ready to roll. We're just patrolling around a little bit. Queen on the way up. Get that on the go as well. Ling's gonna go back toward the Pro Bill, so just gonna chase that down. Nothing too surprising. For our first few moments as the Nexus comes up and the Queens and the drones will continue to be on the way in. For the moment, just bringing all of that through. Tapping speed is starting. The couple of Lings on the way out. The hatchery is going to be continuing up as well from Solar. As we get the, again, first starting moments of this game really do just kind of look as you expect them to. Nothing super exciting. We got ourselves the Stargate. Maybe from there we'll start to see some interest. How many Oracles to rebuild is already going to be a pretty good question mark. That's already going to be one thing of intriguement here. So yeah, a few things we can kind of build up on now. Over these next few minutes. As the Probe and the Adept going to dance about a little bit. There's the Nexus going down already, in fact, so Nexus gets put into place. The Stargate on the way through. Lings are going to make their way out. Lings be coming up. Queen on the way through as well. We get this continuing to go. Just for the moment. We'll see those few Lings get that Ling speed. The first Oracle out. It's going to start coming across the map. Oracle gets all the way to the bottom left. Queen's just shooting, the Oracle taking some damage. I see that Oracle comes back up the left. Twilight Council coming through for the moment as well. Continue to settle down here. Let's continue to move. Again, Rotron, Lair building up. The drones are coming in as well. Just continue to get that settled. Let's see, the Queen's going to fire up, and the Oracles will take some shots as well. And good hits right on the bat of that one. Oracles come back up from the bottom side. Again, Rotron, Evo Chamber, Lair all coming through. The additional drones on the way. The Overlord is building up. And +1 blink, and I think Gateway's coming out as well here from Showtime. So again, that Gateway count going. Again, +1 blink all coming in. The Adepts are going to come over. The Lings are going to get chased around. That Oracle overhead helping to chase the Lings just a little bit as well. Into Showtime, get to the center of the map. The Oracles and Adepts together going to come moving across. As well block the Adepts from getting in at all. Adepts will have to go for a shade. I actually thought that first Adept was going to die, but we let it live, and we will hit the mineral line here with 3 Adepts up and running. Good for pulling the drones quickly, but we're going to lose a few workers, so Showtime going to be good to get 4 workers. Not quite reach across from number 5 with an additional shot there. Not a terrible start from Showtime at all. It's all being reduced on that work account, making his way to the Hydra Den. And Showtime, with a little bit of pressure made, is now going to make his way to the Temple Archives as well. So he's going to start bringing that up, getting that underway. These Oracles are going to come up and through as well, so they are going to get moving for a little bit. Stasis will just keep coming down, and Showtime will take some steps forward in toward these queens. Gonna be able to get one of those as well. Solar does have the first proper set of Hydras on the way here, so that should help a lot. It should go a long way, as we do see the Stalker still hitting through. The Hydra's going to be able to come back over as well. Stalker's blinking back a little bit. So we see now Stalker's coming back through. Ling's getting chased. Oracle's going to continue to drop the stasis wards down. Stalker's will shoot through. Crypto goes down. A couple queens are going to get hit. Going back the other way. Ling Hydra continuing up as well. Continue to shove through just a little. A couple more stasis wards coming on in. As we do have those Hydras able to, again, keep pushing back. But the thing is with Showtime is he's stepping up into Storm. He's getting some good additions going here at the moment. One's coming across. Stasis is going to catch a few of those Lings as well. As long as we have a Storm, I'm not super worried about this army of Solar, because I do think it's going to be difficult for him with Storm up to really push in. But I mean, he's just spamming roaches. He's just going to send this. Like I say, I do think Showtime's got a reasonable setup against it with Storm available. Can do so much here. So that's actually going to blink across. A few of those Hydra's going to get jumped on. So that's going to be there as well. Good defense so far. We've not even had to utilize the high tempo too much just yet, as they're going to step forward now, looking for the Storm to drop. Still not dropping it. I was going to say, surely at some point soon, because we are just trading. May as well get those units dropped on HP through some splash damage already. The Storm comes down, chasing the Roaches back. Infestation bit behind this, as Solar realizes maybe he is not going to make this happen on just Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra still coming up, just going to blink in. My Templar is able to maybe get involved as well, as our Roach Hydra will continue to go down. So we've seen those Roaches coming back through. Zealots are still stepping up. The Stalker's going to be there as well. Just going to get back on track. A few Roaches taking hits again. More damage being done. The Stalker's still stepping up. Roach is taking a bit of a beating. The Stalkers will get back onto the Zerglings. Hydras and Roaches still moving about. +2 missiles coming in here as well. Yeah, the Hive is producing as well here from Solar, so that Hive about halfway done. Their attack continues through Showtime. I mean, this is the kind of game I guess I was kind of expecting on both sides. Solar throws aggression at Showtime. Showtime's going to draw it out to a longer game. I think it's a pretty good example of what to expect in this series. Solar is a beast later in the game too. He definitely has those more aggressive tendencies in this matchup as well. Got a couple storms coming through. Good storms as well, hitting a lot of the Hydras there. Just gonna see the Stasis Ward catching as well. These few Stalkers have to step back. Showtime will get the other units in position. The extra Stargates and the Fleet Beacon is a very natural next step. So obviously you get those Tempers going, they're going to be ready to start dealing with this higher look count that Solar's starting to get to. I say ready, I mean, if you start building some right now, Might be close with some Chrono Boost. You might be able to pop them out in time. The Lurk is going to be done soon. First Tempest start up. As Solar comes over to the right-hand side here on ley lines. Those Tempests coming through. Lings, Hydras, Roaches, all coming about. Sizing Spines coming up as well. There goes Unburrow. The Stork's going to step back a little bit against those Lings. The Roach is still coming through. The Zelds go charging up again. Getting straight in over there as the Lurkers, the Hydras continue to bout. A couple more Lings going down. Roaches as well. Taking some pretty serious damage. Honestly, this is nice though, because anytime you're forcing these Lurkers to be burrowed at home and defending, it means they're not across the map putting pressure on. And as the Storm comes through, the Hydra's going to take some big hits. We put down to the low ground. One more Storm and a Hydra goes down as well. Will continue to go after those Roaches. The Lurker Hydra comes back across. We do see one Oracle going down. The second Oracle just about lives. Again, Spire coming up. We're just going to be seeing our Link Hydra Lurker continue to burrow in the center. +2 armor upgrade. As Showtime already has very good upgrades across the board. With the Mothership popping, his army gets so much better as well. That's the revelation on the front Lurker, so he's able to pop that before he takes a step back away from the others. Like on the right side, gonna zone quite nicely. As Showtime's not afraid, right? I mean, he has the Storms available here too. Obviously, he's split his army. A lot of it's up to the top, and he realizes more of it's now down to the bottom. It's time for him to pull back with that topside army, and that's the beauty of what Solar is doing. He's forcing Showtime to be out of position by having been correctly positioned just previously. I love what that High Templar is able to do with those Storms. Really softens up some of those Lurkers, softens up a lot of the Ling Hydra. And trying to step forward with the Hydras here, but Solar's clearly going to struggle to do that. He is on the way to the Corruptors. The Spire is up and available for him to get an answer to these Tempests fairly soon. Tempests really do keep on chasing. The Zelds are going to get back onto the hatchery there. So they're just going to pick their way through that as well. Tempest just going to shoot a few shots. The Lurkers are going to come back over. And now Stalker Immortal High Templar coming over as well. We are going to go and pick our way through a couple of spines. The Corruptor's taking some hits as well. So that's going to turn back onto those Zerglings. The Corruptor's going to start chasing Tempest. Push back one more time here. This burrow up again. Those few Zealots also going to get picked away at right now. It's 15 drones going down. Gotta say, Showtime, his army's looking very good. That would be a nice catch on a bunch of Lurkers for free. We take those. Yeah, I mean, his army's looking good. His base count's looking fantastic. He's on 5, moving to 6 spaces. He's got an answer to everything in my eyes. I mean, the Corruptor count is good as well, but it's still just kind of Corruptor Hydra Lurker, really. This is an army composition you can handle right now. First Storms a little slow to go down there, and actually the Corruptor's getting a little bit of a jump on that army. A couple of Tempests went down. Time War definitely helps to sustain through that a little bit. Another nice Storm. You've got to work your way through those Corruptors in a slow process. As we continue to move back, Tempest and the Mothership all going down. Look how low the Corruptors end up here. And Showtime desperately kind of paddles away. With a few more Archons, Tempest can continue to come through. Additional Lurkers just morphing from Solar. Looks like he might just try and send it on the back of clearing up a bunch of those Tempests. But the fact that Showtime has so many in production, to me, I think signifies that he's probably just going to be okay here anyway. I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. The Lurker's trying to get up the right-hand side. Another Storm. So many of those Corruptors are hurting. And considering we've got new Tempests coming out all the time, we're going to have to replace these Corruptors, and we've just not been doing that. The Blink 4 to protect against the Corruptors as well. The Tempest shots reaching from afar. All of that going a big way to helping right now as our Lurkers continue to stay burrowed and continue to push up. Doing a great job at the moment. So let's continue to push around on the bottom. Just going to continue to chase the Queens down. The Corruptors over in the skies. Again, Corruptor Ling all coming through. The Overseers overhead. A few transfusions to bring these Corruptors back healthier. And Showtime is definitely continuing to play a very solid game number 1 here. Definitely not done, but I love his position. I mean, to me, Solar is kind of all in with the amount of lurkers he has. I think he just has to go for one big push, but I mean, he gets chipped down over time. The Corruptors, I'm not even sure the Corruptor can is good enough here to really deal with the Tempest and the apt kind of timing. A couple of shots there, but we've got to pull back over to the right, make sure we don't give him this base position for free. There's actually going to be one Tempest going down for free, though. Okay, well, it was free until we turned around and shot Corruptor down with one big volley. Lurker's going to stay burrowed, and obviously this is where we got those Tempests to fire from afar. The rest of the Lurker stepping up, and this is why I think Solar's a little bit all in, because he's just so Lurker heavy that he basically just has to take a position and hope that it sticks. Anything else, I don't think we can really make work. He's also only on 5 bases himself, so it's not like Solar's economy is insane. He's denying a base additional of the Protoss over his own. It's not like he's keeping the Protoss pinned down on bases while he's out expanding him. Anything but, in fact. Corruptors pull back again, +3 air weapons coming through. Extra Link Corruptor Force coming about, +2 air weapons is on its way as well. Those Lurkers are still firing, and we have ourselves the Nexus in the top left side also coming up at the moment. Another Revelation goes down. Those Lurkers getting caught. Multiple of those Lurkers already dropping as we chase forward. A few more Lurkers continue to fall. Zel's on the other side going to kill the Rotron. That's not a major factor, but again, just slowly chipping through positions and locations and structures. And yeah, I think Showtime is going to continue to just bully his way through with these Tempests. I think in these next games, Soul's going to have to either up the aggression scale a little bit earlier, or obviously just kind of skip out on that Roach Rider aggression phase that we have in this game and just really steam forwards ahead into the later game armies that he's better set from that point, you know, from an earlier stage. Showtime's got Stalkers to deal with these Corruptors. You're going to lose the Tempest, yes, but like you lose every Corruptor in this process, and Solar knows that that is obviously not exactly a great scenario because Showtime obviously has a very good army himself. Money to spend, he GG's out, and Showtime takes game number 1 of this best of 5. Beautiful play from him in the opening map. That was on Solar's server preference as well, so to go to Whispers, Showtime has the chance to play a better server for himself. Albeit on one of the maps that's probably a little bit better for Solar because it is a bit shorter. This one, this is probably one of the more aggressive maps out of the 6 here that we have in this PTR map pool. For a couple of ads on, guys, otherwise they're going to play during the game rather than just over the start. Let's just wait for Showtime to show up to this lobby, so give him a couple of moments. We get this on the way. Cheering for Showtime to give us some more PvZ. I would love to see a Showtime Shin match. Shin's always so good. Showtime Shin has been banger after banger the last few times they've played. Alright, players are ready. Let's dive into game number 2. Whispers of Gold. Let's see what Solar has planned on the map. That definitely is much better for him to kind of play his aggressive style on. So that's definitely got to help him to some regard, right? That's definitely got to do something for you here. As we get Whispers of Gold set up. Get myself my drink. Let's pop into our second map. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss is going to be Showtime. He is up a game. Early probe on the map as well. Short enough map to get across on and still play the hatch block. As in the bottom right side, our blue Zerg is Solar. Can he swing the series into his favor here? For game number 2, can he try and keep some of the Zerg presence alive in this tournament? Very possible we go into Sunday, tomorrow, with no Zergs left. If Showtime goes on a run here. You know, if it means that Showtime gets to go on a run, I'll take it. I don't mind. I don't know if I mind that too much. I think that's okay. I think that's alright. I'm gonna nibble at the probe. Let's see our pool coming up. The enhanced gas and pool across the board here at the moment. The probe continuing by. All the drones on the way through. As we see the Nexus starting up on the side of Showtime, so we got that Nexus going into play. The Overlord stepping to the front as well. Seeing what we can do from here. Cybercore comes up, the Nexus on the way, Lings and Queens in production. Let's just have our probe continue to move around in the main base. Gonna pull back toward the natural. Twilight Council from Showtime is obviously a fun little way to switch up, and I kind of like it for the fact that it is a map here which is shorter and typically more aggressive on the side of solo as well. But what that also means is that, you know, you can get aggressive with the Adepts. You just gotta be careful. If you play the Adept aggression here, be super careful of the Zerg just continuing to build units and all in you on the return. That's going to be one of the more popular options for solo as a response to this. We will see how it goes as the probe continues to set up. President Glaze will Chrono Boost, a couple more gateways coming online. Make it 3, so it's the typical 4-gate glaive commitment. You know what? This is so unlike Showtime as well. I wonder if there's a world where Solo just does not have preparations for this, because in his mind, when would Showtime play a 4-gate glaives? I wonder if that's possibly a factor, because Showtime is such a sticker to the kind of the Stargate Oracle openers. Like, he really does just stick to that and refuses to move off of it a lot of the time. Right now, there's no Roach Roar on the way. Literally, as I say it, there's a Roach Roar on the way. Okay, he builds the Roach Roar right now. Is that soon enough? Prism's popping, Glaives is over halfway done. Those Roaches are going to be in production when the first Adepts are connecting. And this is 5 gates as well. This is a step up. This is going to go to 6 gates. This is as committed as Showtime can be with Adepts. We're building a lot of Lings, but Showtime, I think, is going to have a jump on this with the Roaches being low in number and struggling to get up and into position. So yeah, I think this is going to be looking really good here on the side of Showtime. Resident Enclave's about to finish. A couple more gates coming through. There are the Adept Shade, and they want to commit to somewhere they can stand and fight right now. I mean, do they? They may not, because the extra gates coming online. Showtime might think he's got a better chance of this if he just gets a few more warp-ins first. We'll see with the extra gates going online. He's about a surge in numbers. The first few Roaches are building here. The Adept's going to shade forward again. Solo's actually in a heavy supply block. He's had to build 6 Overlords. That's why there's no more... Yeah, that's why there's no more units coming through. The Ling's actually just going to back away from this as they were completely stuck in an awful position there. A couple of Roaches popping out. We're going to get rid of a couple of Queens as the Transfusions get kind of eaten through. Remember that we can warp in a bunch of Adepts as well, and that's what we're doing in the main base. This is not something you usually get to do, but because you're on 6 gateways, you can do this much more easily and find positions where you can actually get those Adepts to kind of continue to mass up. It's dangerous, though, because it means that reinforcements are not coming in over here. And we do have to find somewhere to stop with that Prism and actually get a warp in from. Because the Adepts are just farming the Roaches that are spawning off of this third base. There is the warp, and the Queens are not nearby. The Prism will successfully get the warp in off. And we are even going to micro the Adepts a little bit on top of that, as we actually do pull the other Adepts from the third base into this natural. We are going to start fighting these Roaches. Is it enough from Showtime? I think so. I think his position's looking good, although this gets a bit awkward because what he just did was shade a bunch of the Adepts to the high ground, leaving the other Adepts on their own. Maybe this is not good enough, in fact. 6 more Adepts warp in again. Showtime, I actually think is going to be in trouble here. There's too many Roaches now. Wow, credit to Stola. He really found a way to minimize the losses. All of his drones right now are all on the natural as well, which is not exactly ideal. So, I mean, there is a lot of lost mining time to talk about here as well. Showtime's going to work a lead. Going to throw the Dark Shrine down, because the one thing that can happen is if the counterattack comes from Solar, he's not on a lair, right? So he doesn't have a way to detect across the map. If DT starts swinging at the roaches, he cannot deal with that. So it kind of denies the counterattack, but maybe that lair should have come in, oh, sorry, the Dark Shrine should have come in a little bit sooner. If that Dark Shrine started 30 seconds earlier, it would be on its way to being done now. I'm just afraid that this attack of Solar is going to have a lot of power behind it. He is starting to drone, though. Doesn't look like Solar's going to go all out with his offense. It does seem as though the Prism and the Adepts bought enough time for Solar to stay at home defending. And now Showtime might actually genuinely get a chance to take on a third base. I think he will. Man. That's wild. So much of this must have just been, again, income advantage damage as well. You can see over 2 minutes or so, Showtime on a serious income lead. So that third base drops down, Immortal building up so we can get an answer to the roaches out. The Dark Shrine obviously going to be a little bit of an issue too. Right now, no spores in the game. If this Prism is in position to warp in, like, this lair's not done either. We can absolutely have a few moments in this game where DTs will be fighting against a very limited detection. There's one spore in the main, nothing on the natural, nothing on the third base. So Showtime with a massive opportunity there. And he is going to warp in DTs, probably to put one in the Prism at least. But I imagine one runs to the natural, and that would be a major success story. These Adepts will not commit to that shade. Yep, one DT to the main, the other will walk into the natural. Sorry, I tell a lie. There's a spore right out the front. The DT is going to take a shot or two moving in, but then there's no detection actually in the base. Like I say, there's a spore in the main, but not in the natural, so DT will start to get some drones there. And this is going to be Solo having to pull those workers away. Once again, lost mining time adding up. Maybe not the craziest of DT plays, but a couple of drones. We're going to get out alive as well. And obviously now you can turn those DTs into Archons to have a bulkier, better, techier army in the future as well. So that's also a major plus at this point in time. Obviously, you're still morphing in. A few probes pull across. Drones, Evo Chamber, Roach Speed continue to settle as well currently as our probes get to the third. Having the Overseer going to go for a scout through, trying to figure out where Showtime's at. You know what? This game's obviously been a weird one in terms of economies available. I wonder if Showtime just looks toward a big old push here to end it. You know, it's Adept Immortal Archon. It's not exactly a composition that transitions well later in the game because you're still on Adepts without any other choice. We start a Forge, though, so maybe that's a sign that this will not go in that direction. That's a lot of Lings that are going to be forcing a response here. There's a couple of Adepts and maybe force a Warp in, if nothing else. Probes pull away. Obviously, Showtime is probably just going to focus a Warp in on the other side of the map and say, never mind mining off that third base. Those Adepts can commit to the Shade. They didn't commit as far forward as I thought. I thought they might try and catch the Ravagers in like a wraparound or catch some of the Roaches and kind of cut them in half a little bit. A couple of Corrosive Bowels do land on those Adepts as Showtime tries to make this fight happen. He's going to have a third Immortal showing up. His Archon's gone. So there's just 3 Immortals and a bunch of Adepts here. I mean, Immortals can do a lot. We're going to get a couple of Warp-ins. The Ravager's not able to bow far enough forwards to hit the Warp Prism, but the army supply is looking very good for Solar, who's massing up a whole bunch of additional Roaches. This attack from Showtime has really been reliant on the Immortals, and they are just going to be the only thing left, unfortunately. I do not think that will be enough, as it seems as though Solar will take game number 2 and tie us up 1-1. Showtime mixing it up in a big way in this game. Again, maybe could have got the Dark Shrine a little sooner. I actually think that was the moment. I think there was a moment where maybe the Adepts split up as well, and after you joined them together, it was kind of funky because obviously all of Solar's drones were in the same place. So it was a struggle to find workers, but it worked out for Solar in that regard. We're going to go to El Dorado for map number 3. So from a more aggressive map in the form of Whispers of Gold, El Dorado definitely goes the opposite direction again in terms of just kind of opening the map up a little bit and so on, and giving you much higher potential for a longer game, essentially. Fun game. Like I said, it was definitely kind of looking very good in general. It was looking very good in general for Solar, but Showtime definitely put up some fights as we already ourselves into a game 3 on El Dorado. Goes from Solar, waiting for Showtime to give us the same information. He's ready, which he does, and we'll kick this off. The best defense is a really good defense, yeah. I guess so. I was surprised Solo didn't send it after the Adepts, which would have been maybe a possibility for him. But yeah, I mean, obviously in this case, droning worked out. In the top left-hand side, it is going to be our red Zerg player. This is Solar. Good set of decisions in that last game to tie this up 1-1 in the best of 5. As in the bottom right, our blue Protoss is Showtime. El Dorado, a very different kind of map to what we just saw. Sarah's Karen, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. I've got no idea if I said your name correctly. I appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. God. You know, you're on someone's camera for like 2 seconds and they decided like they realize they're on your camera and they just freak out. Yay. Alex Pep at 33, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hold on, moving about. So seeing a little bit of overload movement. Again, Ling Speed Queens, Lings all coming through for a couple of moments. We're just going to be having our Stargate building up from Showtime as well, so we're going to get that on the go too. Back to the Stargate, not a surprise, considering the map. Up trying to get some damage done. Forced a few drones off the line, so a little bit of damage dealt there immediately. Again, Oracle building up, the warp gate coming in. Settled for a few moments. We're just seeing our pylon dropping down, a couple of adepts moving about. I think it's actually going to get a little surround here, and that's going to be the first adept going down. The second and third adept are not exactly choke points up, so a little rough, but another adept shows up, may actually be enough to save the day. The Oracle commits. 3 drones, going to obviously not die, but takes a good amount of HP damage there, so going to be a little bit weaker from that point. Things continue back over the left side. Assimilators and the Forge continue to come through as well, so we bring that all onto position. Got that all set up. Pilot Council starting up, Forge Gateway on the way through. And Nexus building as well. Oracle's moving around, just going to be seeing the +1 attack going through. The probes on the way, Gateway and the Twilight Council coming up as well. Evolution Chamber is about to finish. The extra Overlords in production. Again, Twilight Council on the way through as the Queens are going to be there to push the Oracles over to the side. Well, that Stasis catches a few Lings on the other side. Going to try and move about. The Adepts are going to be there to push the Lings back around as well. +1 and Blink. On the way up from Showtime. There's 26 additional Lings coming through for Solar. As those Lings try and get up that ramp, we will put a pylon behind the Adept to make sure that this does not get broken into. The Oracles are going to get a big bit of damage done in the main base. Gets to 5 workers, but we lose an Oracle. Maybe a bit greedy. Could have had 4 and then 2 Oracles still alive. Probably would have been better. Let those shields regenerate. And break in here in the end, and that's going to be a lot of damage done. So Showtime has to deal with that. The Oracle F2ing home just about gets through the Queens alive. Another Oracle already there. That's 8 probes going down. So Solar finds some good damage to make up for the damage taken in the early stages. About to finish. Melee upgrade coming through. Link still producing as well. +1 and Blink on the way out. A few extra gates coming about. It's going to be +1 attack continuing to come in. Spire is producing. We do have our melee upgrade coming on forwards. The road speed coming through. Showtime finishes Blink, he'll get into a more comfortable position, but I think that run by sets him back a little bit. I think this was initially feeling very comfortable for Showtime, but that run by's got to have him at least questioning things a little in terms of where he's at and how this might continue. Extra Stalkers will warp in, just going to be going out across into the center. Obviously Showtime with that Blink, so much potential. A few Links going to come in from the other side, so they're not doing anything too wild just yet. Showtime will take the chance to knock down some creep tumors as well. It's a bad revelation, actually doesn't hit any extra creep right there, so missed opportunity perhaps. Obviously Oracles do have uses for their energy. Stasis Ward's very useful in allowing these Stalkers to have a back-away plan. Ways to kind of just escape out of here without taking too many losses. The Stasis there going to catch some of the Lings. The Roaches are still chasing though. The Oracles are going to activate. Some of the Lings from the other side of the map are going to get pulled back as well. Again, more Stasis Wards. It's just important to have an exit strategy, right? And being able to escape away from some of these fights with those Stasis Wards makes a big deal of difference a lot of the time. Roach Queen setting up a couple of Oracles, dropping down the Stasis Wards on the top side. Going to press forwards with these Stalkers. They're going to move straight in toward this as a few of the Stalkers in the bottom getting caught. They're going to try and lead a lot of the Lings into the Stasis, which does work, but that's both the Stasis Wards popped. They're blink forward towards the Roach Queen, but don't know if that's really going to go anywhere. Mutas are popping. The Spire is done from Solar, and the Mutilas aim to be a big game changer. He's just going to get rid of the Stalker. The Stalkers in the center just going to come back as that's continuing to go through. Going to be seeing the Mutas in the main base. That's going to dive in. The Stalkers are going to take a lot of shots. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to fight. They're going to come back in. The Mutas are going to take a few more hits. I mean, good first defense, right? Not letting these Mutas kind of pull you apart is a big thing, and then now you're going to get a chance to build up some Phoenix. The Archons are going to get going as well. Showtime with a good, like I say, first wave of defense. Now, we're not done yet. Long way to go. Mutas are going to come diving back around the bottom once more. Admiral Akbar, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great today. Thank you so much for supporting the stream as our Stalkers will get there to push the Mutas back. He's just going to dive through. The Phoenix Stalker Archon going to be there. The Mutas get pushed up the right side. Battery will try and put some work in. This is one of the positions where Showtime did not have a defense kind of in place straight away. Finally gets there. Some of these Mutas start taking damage. Careful, the Phoenix. Don't want to let that kind of go out on its own as Ling Roach is going to swarm this forward base. Now Showtime's out of position over here, and this is the power of the Ling Muta styles. Well, Storms come down. High Tempo is obviously available. The Phoenix count is better, than it has been. Being at 3 allows you to push back these slower Muta counts, but the Muta count on the right side is a huge deal. 25 workers killed. Showtime's only down 13 workers or so. As we do see the Phoenix actually going to take some losses now. Did not micro those back. $25 probes dead, but like I said, I think Showtime's economy will hold on for a little bit. Thank you again as well to Pill Clinton on the Prime sub and Master Bomb 44, 57 months on the Prime. Thank you so much for a long ass resub. Appreciate it. As the Stalkers continue to push the Mutas away. Showtime's just building 4 probes at a time, constantly re-emplacing his economy, which he is losing out on, which is kind of inevitable when you're playing against these Mutas. What he has done though is kill a lot of Mutas. He's killed 23, and Solar is still just building Mutalisks, so he's still desperate to have these Mutalisks as part of his plan. This would be really bad for Showtime if he was having to kind of constantly take damage and clean out the Mutas, but then his opponent's like transitioning into a better army. As Solar builds more of the same, I think this is pretty good for Showtime. I think this is going to remain in a pretty decent position here. I have the Mutas coming back over the bottom right. Two melee coming up, the Hive on the way. A lot of Mutalisks, holy goodness. More Stalkers warp in, Showtime. 140 to the 180 supply. When it's just Ling Muta, I feel like that's an okay supply gap, but there is a Hive on the way, so Showtime is up against a Solar that is tacking, and he is taking the map. 5th base is up, 6th base is up on the gold on the bottom side. Let's see how this Ling Bane performs. I've not really seen a lot of Storms because there's not been a ton of moments to utilize the Storms necessarily. Oh, the probes actually pull into the Banes? I actually feel like those probes made their life more difficult. If they went around this way, I honestly, I feel like he actually just gave those probes up almost. Hectic scenario, trying to drop Storms, trying to escape with the probes. We're now seeing more kind of roaches being built, so a bit of a sturdier ground army as Showtime continues to just try and hang on in there. Showtime's played a lot of PvZ Muta games where I'm sure he knows that patience is just absolutely critical. He needs to be careful, calm, collected. He can't get ahead of himself. Just needs to kind of let this kind of play out. I mean, like I say, it feels really bad because it feels like you're being bullied, but your opponent is on a worse composition than you, right? So, yes, your opponent overall is on a worse fighting composition. It's just about not letting them pull you apart too much. Kind of keeping your cool and keeping your nerve in games like this. Good Storms, keeping that Archon alive is nice as well. Anything you can do to help out in these scenarios is going to help. I think that Archon's going to die. No, we actually don't get far. No, 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 oh my goodness, Nelly died going into the storm. He's going to die to the Lings now. So finally that Archon falls. Still dealing with Mutas back over here. The Phoenix count has never really risen up in a big way. Solar is seemingly done with building Mutas. Every Mutalisk that goes down right now seems to be one less that Showtime will have to deal with as we're on the Ultralisk Cavern on the next step of this. I think Solar's done enough, though. He's breaking through on the front, and Showtime just a little bit too chaotic for him to regain control of this. As the Archon goes down, the Zealots are dropping as well. On the bottom side, the Mutas get chased away by the Phoenix. Okay, this Platin's still coming up. I mean, the switch to Ultras, I think, will kill Showtime. Yeah, well played by Solar, because I think it was definitely a good first round of aggression from him, and then Showtime started to stabilize a bit, chase the Mutas down. I think Solar's played a good balance of, continuing to reinforce the Mutas, and now finally realizing he's getting a bit more done. Say, okay, scrap the Mutas. Let's build an army that can finish things up here. And Showtime, I think, realizes what's kind of coming his way. He's going to type GG, and Solar is going to take game 3 to be on a 2-1 lead of this best of 5. Swinging this series around the other direction as we get ready for map 4 in just a couple of moments. Our 4th map is going to be on Amygdala. So let's see. That is going to be something that Showtime can win to take us to a game 5, or if this is going to go the way of Solar, and he will advance to play a ZVZ in that round of 8 against Shin. That is up next. The winner of this plays Shin, and then Spirit versus Clem. Those are the series upcoming here, guys. Solar to join us in the lobby, and we'll be off and away into this next one. Go, ready. And ready. Perfect. Let's do it, guys. Let's go into Amygdala. Map's actually turned into a map where you do get quite a few kind of defensive games as well, because the middle of the map shut off early, and even the middle of the map doesn't enable you to get to other bases apart from denying the gold a little bit, so yeah, this map actually does get quite a few kind of later games. Just wondering if Showtime can get to that kind of game 1 setup again where he looked so comfortable with the Tempest and so on. I'd say Amygdala is not a bad shot at maybe seeing something like that, so let's see how it goes. We count into Amygdala for game number 4. We do have in the bottom left corner of the map the blue Zerg, who is up a game. Solar looking to advance into the quarterfinals to play against Shin with a win on this one. Top right, our red Protoss is Showtime as we get this up and running. Chrono boosts on the Nexus. We got ourselves settled down for a few moments. Look to see what this 4th map will bring us. Catching the gas coming on in here. Time to show this toss the solar system. Can you imagine? So actually you sat down in like a pre-game interview, it's like, any trash talk for your opponent? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna show him the solar system. So ridiculous, it could be great. Just a few moments of calm here in the start of this game. Number 4, guys. Again, a couple best of 5s left after this. Kind of... if Solo wins this and 5 of our matches today end up being mirror matchups, I mean, it was already a painful bracket. Yeah. At least it would guarantee us a Zerg in the round of 4. Alright, well, we got a hatch going in, Stargate coming up, and get settled. Here in this game, number 4, Oracle and Stargate is no surprise. That really is kind of the go-to. We have an adept coming about. You see our Stalker firing overlord, taking some shots, so a few hits coming through the other direction. An Oracle coming around, Gateway coming through, the Nexus building. Okay, it is about to be done. The Oracle going to come out into the center. Nexus going up on the 3rd base as well. And we've seen our Forge and our Twilight continue through again. The Queen's continue bad. Oracle's going to get pushed away. Just gonna shoot. Oracle's gonna move back around the sides. Again, Twilight Council Forge all coming in. The robot facility is about halfway done. The gateway building next is about to complete. Our queens will still gather in the center. And +1 charge, both producing on through. Just gonna see how Ling is gonna get there. A couple probes take some damage already. Couple workers going down again. The melee upgrade coming up. The drones are on the way in. Oracles will activate, and a few of those Lings already taking some pretty serious damage. Let's get to the bottom side again, just having ourselves a melee upgrade. A switch of kind of pace from solo to go melee upgrade. So it's going to be a little bit kind of Ling Bane focus, but we'll have the kind of Ravager support as that Roach Rong comes through. Showtime gets the Temple Archives going quickly. Again, would not be surprised to see him step towards Storm in a very quick manner here. Get that Storm online and utilize that Nightstick against a Ling heavy style is going to be something that can do a lot for him. Definitely help him out and head towards potentially a 5th game if he can find a victory here in this game number 4. Blood Depths keep on shading, the Ling's still moving around. Charging +1 coming up. High Templar are still building through. Additional gateways are coming online as well. The Archons in production. Oracle's activating. They're going to get rid of a few drones there already. So 5 drones going down. Going to make it another to make it 6. Prism coming across the map with the Archon drop. Trying to find some damage. We'll take a couple shots on the Queens and then lift up and back away. I am Mentos. Thank you so much for the 41-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing fantastic. Thank you so much for resubscribing to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the Archon just going to jump on this hatch. I mean, this is a decent timing. I mean, do you just right-click the hatch? You got to decide right now. He starts to back away. Going to hope that the stasis catches a lot of those roaches. Good decision, backs away and gets out with a lot of the units. That's absolutely going to be worthwhile. First time coming back over again, the +1 missiles and roach speed coming up. The Queen's going to be there to push the Oracles away. Prism is going to try and hit the main. Do not mind the attempt. Lurker Den coming up, so we are kind of counting towards Showtime needing an answer to Lurkers. I didn't really end up doing too much. I really thought he was going to get Storm as well, but just hasn't done so. Going to stick on Immortal Archon for the moment, and again, obviously can maybe go a bit more later. 10 drones go down, and as the drones in the third base take quite a bit of damage, the Oracles there able to deal some hits, and Showtime has actually done a lot of damage early on in this one. Center, just going to knock ourselves through a set of rocks as well, so those rocks will take some more damage. Again, the Lurker Den coming through, the Hive is still building, 11 more drones and a few Hydras coming up as well, +1 missiles and Groove Spines all on the way up. One Oracle goes down already. Just going to see the Seismic Spines and the Muscular Augments coming about also. That's going to be seen now. Ling Roach Hydra coming around. The Zealots and the Archon's going to get their Mortals too. Let's see how Roach Hydra still stepping forwards. As Hatchery goes down, the rest of the units stepping back as well. Let's see how a couple of Lurkers going to unburrow, go elsewhere. An Oracle overhead, just gonna see the Archons ready to shoot. I mean, so many drones going down, harassing the main base as well as the Zealots have been going crazy there. This game, Showtime has just absolutely dominated. Solo has just not had a good response at all. He's been falling apart, being ripped apart. Gonna dive onto these forward lurkers. They are not gonna survive. We unburrow them to try and put them in a better spot, which, I mean, does happen. But now they're so far back, do we even want to try and dive onto them? We could probably just hit the hatchery from afar. I actually think that Showtime's made this a little bit messier than it ever needed to be. That could have just been hitting the hatch and being very happy with the damage being done. This Mortal's still trying to back away from there, stepping back. Get those Zealots out in front. Zealots making a much better defense to this than I think it really should have ever been on the cards, but it doesn't really matter. In the end, Showtime is still going to win through. The lurkers are all gone. And we go to Game 5. We are going to go to Game 5. Every series today really has a bit of fight in them. There's been no... there's been not a lot of one-sided stuff, has there? A couple of games have been quite one-sided, but the fight backs have been very true across the entirety of a series. Fifth and final map here will be Ultra Love. We go to Ultra Love to finish this series off. Can Showtime win one more? Can Solar make it to that round of 8? If everyone's ready, we can go into this. Ready, go, go. Let's go into Ultra Love. So, into Ultra Love we had game number 5. Deciding map. Kick this off. Let's kick this off. Do-do-do-do-do-do. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is Showtime. He has tied us up. That was a really dominant game as well. Just damage, damage, damage. Constantly finding ways in the mineral lines, killing drones all over. A little bit of a messy fight toward the end, but he did enough to mean that it didn't really matter at the end of the day. Top right Solar. Had some very convincing games in the middle of this series. Can he pull out another one of those right now? So, it is a final game of the series. Game number 5. Winner of this plays against Shin in the round after. Expecting that to be a big one. Shin's been so good lately. Take ourselves a moment to dip in here on Ultra Love and Hatch Cast and Pool coming up. Nexus on the way through. Nexus going down on the natural. We just have our side pool coming up as well. Again, spawn and pool and a couple drones. Let me take a few minutes waiting for that cyber core. Give us the tech choice. Obviously, tech takes a little bit to set up in the PVZ. We expect Stargate. We expect Oracles. Ultra Love as a map. Definitely some of the bases a bit spread out. The 3rd to the 4th can become a little bit tough maybe, so maybe I kind of like Solar's chances a little bit more, just kind of heading into this to begin with. Again, looks to be coming up. A couple queens and the drones are coming through. The Stargate is building. Adept and the Warp Gate coming up on the side of Showtime. Again, I'm surprised at all to see the Stargate get those Oracles up, start controlling this game. Adept gonna fire. Queen gathering up. I see a couple of adepts coming through. Drone's taking some shots. Seeing the adept is going to get surrounded and killed there, so we'll fall down. The link speed coming up, the oracle and the warp gate coming through. All in a moment. More drones, link speed, all coming about. So the oracle comes over and then move around. Lings. And gather up there as well. Lings will move about. A couple of Lings going down immediately. That's a good defense in that probe. Wow. Keeps the probe alive. Usually you see that probe go down. You have to reset for it a little bit, but yeah, that probe gets to survive. Next is on the way up. Oracle and the warp gate coming through. Again, more drones coming about. Our queen's in production. Team is coming in. Showtime has done decent damage throughout this series to Solar, has been able to get to some good starts, so kind of expecting that to be maybe one of the options for him here again. This is going to be already good damage for sure. 3 workers going down, finally the drones pull. So 3 workers, quite a bit of lost mining time as the drones pull away, the adepts finally fall. Not a bad start. Now the oracles dive the main, but that's a good defense. Queen and a spore. The oracle's going to go around the back. They're actually going to dive for a drone still. So they commit, they can hide in that top right corner. From there, they obviously can hit the main. They can also swing across to the natural, maybe, so they do still have options. So those choices are available as more adepts hit the third base. Showtime's still trying to find damage. We'll shade those adepts into the Lings, but they're still going to be good to get a couple more drones. It's now 6 workers killed before the 5-minute marker. And Showtime's Twilight Council and Forge follow-up are now well underway. Things come across. Oracle overhead. Stalker there to fight. A couple of queens. Gonna push the oracles back as well. Oracle's still activating and chasing those Lings away. Plus 1 and Blink all coming through. The couple of gateways coming up. Probes are on the way out. Solar also has some Zerglings on the other side of the map, but they get deflected without any issues, so they do not manage to do anything at all. Fire building. Extra drones on the way. And that melee upgrade coming through also. Drop a Baneling Nest down just at the front, at that wall off, so just going to get that settled. A few Lings continue out down to the bottom as we do have our gateways building up. So plus 1 Blink, the gateway's coming. Showtime readying the charge into the next stage of this game. Getting into this next step, next few moments. Let's try and move into the third base here. I'm just going to have, good wall off. That's a cancel, but there's a battery there. Is that enough DPS? It is starting to get rid of this first Stalker. Runs out of battery energy as well, so that becomes a little bit more of an issue. Showtime is also focusing on pushing on the other side. That's an Overlord. Still actually dangerously close to being supply blocked, but 2 new Overlords, I guess, will solve that. Again, utilizing the stasis wards to provide some retreating potential on those Stalkers. Talk so much about that because it's such a major part of this matchup. As these Stalkers here need to be careful. They step up to fight the Queens. I just don't know if Showtime was really expecting that. I don't think he realized that the Stalkers were off on a little bit of a fight. Plus 2 attack, plus 1 armor, both continuing to build. Charge upgrade will start also on the side of Showtime, so he gets that going. Battery coming through as well. Here come the Lings, going to come charging up as we start blinking back a little. Those Lings taking quite a few shots. Our Queen going to get shot at also. Lings around the top, Stalkers blink around. Again, 3 probes going down already. The Ling's going to get caught in the stasis ward. Solar is in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have enough Hydras to fight these Stalkers just yet, and the few Hydras that are out are just going to have to run until better numbers come around. Showtime is going to target fire down some of the Queens as well, just getting rid of some of the bulk of this defense. So many Lings went down already, and Showtime definitely still pushing in, looking good. Can he get rid of more of these Hydras? I think he does need to start killing a couple of Hydras. If you just keep killing Lings and Queens, the Hydra count does get good enough to just, machine gun down. They do so much damage. Glass cannon units, but yeah, if there's enough of them, then great. And we get into that point where there might just be enough of them. Although we're also getting to the point where they kind of are the army. So again, it's that kind of glass cannon issue of if they're taking damage, it's not going to be great. And again, Stalkers that can blink, Hydra numbers might not be good enough. Stalkers are still just running from across the map, by the way. This is not a forward pylon or anything of the sorts. As Showtime keeps up the pressure here. Very aggressive with the Stalkers in this game. Getting a little bit choked up. Definitely having some issues because of that. Blink back a little bit further. The Hydras, do they want to chase forwards? Not really. Not through the choke point. And not into those stasis wards either. If Solo went for that, Showtime would capitalize in a big way. It's going to be seeing the Storm coming online, so that's going to get going. The charge coming up as well. So just going to pull back. Vizel's going to turn around as well. Hydra's going to take some damage again. Plus 2 attack, Storm, both building at the moment. We've seen a pulling Hydra Bane continue to come back across. So we've seen the Stalker's gonna have to step back a little bit as well. I just don't push through. I mean, this is where Showtime's obviously, attacked into the Storm for. With a couple Storms coming down, those Hydras taking even more damage. This is looking very good. As our Stalkers, High Templars keep on pressing through, those Hydras taking even more damage. Showtime is going to clean up this attack, and this is pretty committed from Solar as Bane's on the bottom side getting freed, but just getting shot down by cannons. Chasing for those High Templar, we forced the Archon morph, but it's not going to matter. Showtime is going to have the win, and Showtime will advance into the quarterfinals for a matchup against Shin that we know can be rather excellent. I throw us back to that eSports World Cup qualifying match between Showtime and Shin. That was a fantastic one between them then. We actually casted this series recently, though. Between Showtime and Shin came out on top quite convincingly, but more so than I thought. Oh, Showtime came out on top. In the WardiTV PTR Tournament Plus, that's not what I was thinking of. I swear I casted Showtime Shin more recently than that. Alright, well, Showtime is in the round of 8 here, guys. He is going to take on Shin in the round of 8 matchup, so we're going to go into that in just a few moments. Alright, we're going to take a few moments then. We'll get those games set up. Shin and Showtime going to give us some more PvZ as Showtime advances through. We'll give him a moment if he needs it. So ends his run today, unfortunately, in the round of 12. That means no ZVZ. The winner of Showtime Shin will play Cura in the semifinals. I would love to see a Showtime Cura best of 5. I actually think Shin smashes Cura right now, which could be fun as well. Zerg in the finals after having so much Zerg difficulties. Of course, we're guaranteed a TVP on the bottom semifinal. Hero or Maxpax will play Beyond Spirit or Clem, depending on who comes out of that section as well. Lots of excitement to be figured out there, guys. Let's go to a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this. Alright guys, welcome back. Showtime was BRB a couple moments. BRB a couple moments. All back now, ready for Shin Showtime quarterfinals. Move our players into position. That's ready to start. Alrighty, so Showtime and Shin are ready. We can kick this off. And we'll double check if they are. And we'll get into this next best of 5 PvZ. Showtime scraping through against Solar. Looked very good in the games that he won, though. Definitely scary for Shin. We'll see what Shin can do. I think Shin might get a bit more creative when it comes to being, boisterous and aggressive early. Solar actually wasn't as aggressive or boisterous as I thought he was going to be. Get ready to hop into ley lines in just a few moments. That's ready to roll. In the top right, our red Zerg is going to be Shin. In the bottom left, blue Protoss, we have Showtime. And one of the best 5 come out of Showtime Solar into this series. Let's see what we get as we have Showtime. I think it's going to be up against a proxy hatch here. The drone is positioning. Here coming through. And there it is. Hatchery drops down. So the hatch block comes in. This is something that Shin likes to do. Make games a little bit weird and funky. Play, make the Protoss play to his game rather than him playing to the Protoss' game a little bit. As the gateway will go down. We've seen that probe nibbling up, hatchery taking some shots. A couple of gateways obviously at the front. So response to this, you get a couple of zealots out, get a couple of depths, and that gives you a good counterattack to this as well. That forces a lot of kind of units to come out from Shin defensively at the end of this too. So do imagine that's going to be a factor as that probe continues to nibble up on the hatchery. Just for the moment. Just going to continue to float away. And probing the Zealot is going to continue through, just going to chrono boost with that Zealot as well. Just going to be seeing the Queen, the Lings continue to come about, Hatchery coming over, a couple of Depths in the Warp Gate coming up as well. So the Depths coming through, the Warp Gate coming up, the 2 Zealots will continue to hit that Hatchery for a few moments here. Again, get those Adepts out. They're going to be able to join the fray. The probe and the Zealots together will take that Hatchery down. So this is denied. Obviously, this was not a bad scenario, honestly, I think, for Showtime, right? This is a situation where you're going to kill the hatchery. That was a full investment from Shin. Now 2 Adepts shade across the map. Going to sit here with this 1 Adept and actually kill off a lava. The other bit of lava will become a couple of Lings. Two more Adepts coming out. The Warp Gate halfway done. Gonna have our Lings and our Ling speed coming about. Queen's coming over. Hatchery coming through. That's Stargate building as well. You see now Link's speed now. Link's coming out, the Queen coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Oracle popping up as well. The Adept, the Oracle, the Warp Gate. Devs and Zealots continue to stick about. The Lings come back the other way. You're seeing the drones coming about. The spores are building. Step's going to go shading forward. And spores still coming about here. A couple of Crypt Teamers are going to be going down. The Oracle activating. Just going to have ourselves the Queen that we can grab over on this side as the Lings will continue to get a wrap on these Adepts. So Showtime trying to find damage. Honestly, the Adepts get into a very good corner. Is that good enough to make something of this? Lings do play cleanup in the end. 3 drones going down. Again, Robo Facility coming through. The Nexus is about to finish as well. Now Oracle comes up to the top side. Make it a couple of Oracles together. And there's the additional drones coming in. The Overlord's producing. And yeah, the Robo Facility continues to come about. Also, is that Robo Facility coming through. A couple probes coming into play. And get rid of one drone right from the start. The Oracles get turned. 3 units lost here then. So 15 Lings, 5 drones. Also, we did lose 4 Adepts, but I don't hate the 4 Adept losses. I mean, Adepts are kind of a filler unit in this stage of the game. We do see 2 more gates coming online. No Twilight Council in sight. Spawn the Queens is going to shoot. The Oracle actually taking a lot of damage. That Oracle going to go low, but it just lives for 2 more drone kills. Showtime can continue to hide those Oracles in that top right corner for the moment. Steps will be there. Links take damage. Just going to be seeing the 5 extra gates and the Prism coming through also. Overlord still gathering in the front. Again, our Roach Drone's halfway done. Additional gateways coming up from Showtime. The Prism is going to be popping out. All of those gates building, man. Showtime is just going to 8-gate. That's wild. When was the last time you guys saw Showtime 8-gate? I love that he's mixing up his builds a lot in this. He's the Prism now, Shin. And Shin's on 54 drones. Oh, it was an Oracle. Sad. Shin's on 54 drones, and I do wonder a little bit of just... Is that too many? Like, is that already too much invested into? 5 Roaches now, 3 Spines. He knows that he's got to play defense here. So he realizes what's up. He's going to lose this Overlord. That's going to bring him closer to a supply block. And running with the Lings. Prism is not nearby enough to play the pickup micro, but it doesn't need to just yet. First Roach is morphing into a Ravager or 2 as well. Those Spines are going to be a big deal. And Showtime is ready to go. I mean, at this point, you can warp in so many units. A few Stalkers, a bunch of Zealots. Good Force Field's going to cover the ramp. Over on the Natural. You can lift those Stalkers up if you need to as well in the Prism. And as the Corrosive Bowels come in, but the Showtime dodges away from the Bowels very comfortably. And this is just a question of, can you get enough units up from Shin? I really feel like the answer so far is just no. The Spine Crawl is starting to come into effect, but that's on the 3rd base. Showtime can just run into the Natural here. And he's just going to be able to control that space. He could step. Okay, he's going to step to the left. He's probably going to target fire down that first Spine Crawler now. He's going to turn back onto the Roach Ravager. Another Force Field comes in. I think actually Shin's making a defense out of this. 3 more Stalkers, 4 more Zealots. I mean, the numbers are still there for Showtime, but those 3 Spines are going to make it a lot tougher now. I actually think I would have preferred to see Showtime dive in the Natural, make his way down south here. I guess maybe then you get cornered in by the Spines. You can do this, I suppose, which forces the Spines to relocate again. Remember, this is as aggressive as Showtime can be. He does not have any sword or any form of, like, upgrades. There's no charge, there's no blink. There's just basic gateway units. He target fires down this Spine, but I don't know if that just costs you a few too many units in the process. No Zealots left as we move forward. We get rid of a Ravager, but we eat some Biles during that as well. So Roaches are still chasing forward. The Zealots are going to be there. Queens in position. The Stalkers have to move back and away again, but I just think that Shin has just about managed to scramble together enough stuff in time for this defense, man. Close one. Showtime really mixing up a couple of builds in this series. In these series, he went for a 5-gate attack against his opponent as well. The corrosive bile comes in, Zealot Stalker pulls back. Spine gonna fire, Roach's Ravager stepping up, couple of corrosive biles dropping in, Stalker coming through as well, just gonna be using the spine firing. This one looks as though it is going to be Shin's. Man, close one from Showtime. Like I say, I like that he's kind of mixing up a bit, but credit to the Zergs finding defenses against a player that doesn't typically get aggressive like this. Corrosive Files will get rid of this Prism, and that is going to be the end of this, right? As, we didn't have the last shot, but the units are going down anyway. This one is going to be pick up micro till the end, apparently, but it looks like Shin will be good for game number 1 of this best of 5. Showtime will not GG just yet, but yeah, I'm honestly surprised if he stays in it. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there's much to stay in this game for, and I feel like he should know that too. He just get called in Showtime. Takes the L in the first game, unfortunately, with the 8 gate. So Shin gets off to a 1-0 lead. The Zerg, who has been so freaking good lately, is gonna get off. I mean, that was a fun game as well, because obviously Showtime has a hatch block to start off with, so he gets the Zealot depth pressure. He does some decent damage to begin with. I wonder how that would have looked if he didn't lose his Oracle flying back across from the back of the base over those queens. I wonder if he keeps both the Oracles there, if that makes a big difference. Playing out a few lings more quickly, maybe you can get the Oracles to shoot the spines down or so. Like, Oracles also just had energy issues too, so maybe if you could have got those home early and then back on the map after an energy overcharge, maybe that would have been something. A few things to look back on a little bit, perhaps. Showtime says ready. Waiting for Shin to give us a thumbs up as well. And let's go into game number 2, guys. Game's continuing here in today's WardiTV November Playoffs quarterfinal match right now. After this, we've got Spirit versus Clem TVT coming up for you guys as well. All of that to come here in today's games as we head into game number 2, Shin versus Showtime. And Shin leads 1-0. In the top right, our hatchery is going to belong to Shin. He is the 1-0 leading Zerg in this best of 5. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left, we have Showtime. Next coming through. Got a probe moving across. It'll take a few moments to get set up here. Probe around the back. Just gonna move around. I do have a simulator coming up. Continuing to get going here as a couple of drones. Gonna get pushed around a little bit as well. Probe turns back over to the main as Overlord heads down to the bottom left. Gateway in the center. Nexus coming up. Up and running. And that's all online. Let's just watch the probe nibbling as we wait to see Showtime's next step in this game. Wait to see what his plan is going to be. Stargate coming up, the link speed building through. See the Adept Chrono boosting again. And that Link Speed coming up, Stargate on the way through. Gonna be seeing the Adept and the Warp Gate getting built as well. And Overlord moving around, Stargate's about to be done, the Lings and the Link Speed building, the Queen producing. Trying to find their way forwards, but not quite going to be able to do much just yet. Link Speed still coming up, the couple Queens are popping. Drones building, Gateway coming through, the Adepts are going to shade once more, making their way around and seeing what they might be able to get up to. Those Adepts are on the right. See the Adept's gonna shade, the few Lings gonna be right there, the Queen's gonna be nearby, the Adept's gonna fire up again. Well, the Lings move about, the Adept's going to come across, just the Oracle and the Nexus come over, there's a couple of Similes coming through as well. We'll see the Adept's trying to get back before they get surrounded by these Lings. They actually end up splitting the worst possible case for Showtime. Max surface area on all those Adepts. Shin gets a pretty good catch. Oracle coming about. Going to be seeing the Twilight Council next coming through. The Oracles gathering in the front. Let's just get chased away again. Still got the +1 blink coming through. Melee upgrade, Lings, all building. The Extractor's coming up as well as the Oracle will continue to just go after a few more of those dronies. That shade back up towards the top. A few of those drones still going down. The Ling's trying to get a wrap around there. There's a Adept still taking some damage. Let's continue to go through for a couple of moments. Oracle's back around the top and just going to be seeing the Queens. Then jumped on a little bit. Queens will continue to go through, chase those Oracles away. It's going to continue across. Again, the probe's just going to get jumped on. The Stalker's going to be there. The Oracle going to each an energy overcharge. So a few probes going down. Whoever's killed a bunch of drones as well. Showtime. If he starts getting aggressive on the +1 on Blink with this damage done, even though it took some damage himself, I kind of feel like I'm a bit of a believer. Those things keep moving again. Blink on the way up. Our gateways and stalkers are coming through. Temple Archives and Forge building from Showtime as well. A couple cannons added on along that. I think we'll be done shortly. Still just giving ourselves Temple Archives building too. So Showtime is going to have tech beyond the Blink Stalkers. It's not just going to be a Blink push that never ends. Against this amount of Lings and melee upgrade, that's probably a good choice. That just hold back. The Oracles can activate here and deal damage to those Lings and push those back rather easily, so that's going to be a good defense. Chases that away with pretty much relative ease. And Hydra's drone overlords continue to move about at +2, +1 on the way in as well. Storm and the charge upgrade continue to come about. Our Stalker's just going to be there to push the Lings out of here. Got those Hydras coming through again, the +2 melee, the Bane speed, all of that continue to come about for the moment. Just going to be seeing the, again, +2, +1 Storm on the way out. Charge and the High Templars coming in also. Yes, Spaces Wall coming down. Stalker's going to blink away again. The Ling's still coming over. Chasing those Stalkers a little bit. Stasis Ward's coming, sorry. Revelation's coming down to keep track of that army as it chases you. Showtime going to defend across the map as well, though. Shin comes barreling through with Ling Bane, knocks down the battery. Mineral Line obviously in some trouble here as well. The Banelings will connect in onto a few of those probes. The Oracles can activate to play cleanup. We're going to turn around at Showtime and fight over on this right-hand side. The Hydras do not have speed, so their getaway plan is going to be extremely slow. They're going to get shot at. Kill off the Overseer, going to target down Hydras as we go as well. A lot of those units falling. There's a few Lings already there to support, so Showtime maybe doesn't want to go too far forward. He's going to be able to see Shin pushing this back and holding on right there. Shin will survive. Hot Donkey, thank you so much for the 58-month resub. Bebop85, fresh new Prime sub. Thank you guys. As Showtime comes pushing around the right side of the map, trying to see what's going on. As you see, that hatchery is going to be taking some damage. The Lings are going to come over. The Hydra, Bane pushing around the left-hand side as well. It's going to be seeing our Ling Hydra continue to come about as the recall comes through. The unit's going to get back over to that left-hand side. +3, +2 still on the way up here. And Ling Bane continue to come around for a few more moments. Ling Bane Hydra coming over. Couple storms are going to drop. And some of those Hydras already. Maybe another storm coming through too. The Banes can just storm nicely. We've got a few probes going down already. That's kind of inevitable, but we are going to deal with pretty much all the Banes without taking damage from them. Showtime is losing probes to the top side, though. This defense looks good, but the Lings on the top have gotten rid of so many probes. And Shin might just be close enough to kind of making this work out. Hectic, busy game here on Snowpiercer. Showtime dives forward again, but diving into more Ling Hydra, I'm just not sure it's going to be enough for Showtime. Does get another storm off. A couple High Templars here have storms available too. So for now, Showtime will live on. They lost 23 workers, down by 25 currently. High Templars move around again. Bane's coming up. The Hydras continue to build. +3, +2 coming over. Mortal Archon coming about. Nexus just surviving. That's a big part of this for Showtime. If you lost that Nexus, that would obviously become much more difficult. I'm just going to get the Prism. Just going to be seeing a couple Zealots on the right side. Going to get jumped on as well. Archon is about to finish your Showtime. He's going to be up against a maxed out Shin, who is obviously going to be looking for damage right now, looking to force a fight. Mortal Archon just going to be there. The rest of the Ling Hydra coming across as well. Bane's also coming over. One Archon goes down. The Hydra's going to be there. The Immortal and the Archons continue to get chased away. The Ling is going to continue through. The Hydras will continue to trade. First couple of Archons will fall as we get onto this base, and it does look as though Shin is just going to have too much. Oh! Stasis Ward saves those Banelings from the High Templar. They actually do end up still killing one of the High Templar. The other just about escapes away. Those Banes can be used in the mineral line at later date. I think we'll maybe not even stay in the game long enough to see that. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. No, we will not. Shin takes a 2-0 lead. And it's looking like he might be on his way to, well, a semi-final appearance against Kua. I love Shin versus Kua as a matchup. I don't know if Kua is in the shape to kind of take on Shin right now, but as a storyline in terms of WardiTV tournaments, it's always a really fun one. We'll talk more about that tomorrow when it comes around. If it comes around, obviously we're not there yet. Can Showtime amass a comeback? Ultra Love going to be map number 3 as he will attempt to make it happen here. It's just not quite been the series for him compared to how that solo series went earlier. Let's find out how this goes as we get everyone in-game for map 3. And looking to see, like I say, if Showtime can stick around and stay alive on this one. All right. Waiting for Showtime and Shin to ready us up. And let's kick off into Ultra Love. So game number 3 of this series. Shin leads 2-0. Let's get this up and underway. Down in. Ultra Love coming through. Do-do-do-do-do-do. In the bottom left-hand side, and able to get things rolling in this series for himself so far after a fun series against Solo. Maybe that zapped all the PvZ out of him today. Let's hope he can bring it back at least a game. In the bottom left, we have Showtime, our Red Protoss. Top right, our blue Zerg is Shin as we get into game 3 of the series. And we kick this off. Going to be seeing the gate and the gas coming through, the Overlord and the hatch coming in as well. Sector drops into play. As we get ourselves a few moments of build-up. A fun day, guys. Again, tomorrow we'll be having the final matches of this event. 5 best of 5s to wrap it up. Again, that will be Beyond versus Spirit or Clem. Hero versus Maxpax. Kua versus the winner of this series. Semi-final on the bottom, and then the grand finals as well. All coming up tomorrow. Same start time as today. We'll see you there. Should be a good one. Looking forward to it. Next on the Stargate, get a building. Started up for a few moments, get things underway. Once again, our Stargate and our Ling speed all coming about. Again, that link speed coming through, and Oracle coming up with the warp gate coming in as well. We're just pinging Overlord, gonna be taking some shots. I'm just gonna be having the link speed coming up as well. Queens and the and drones continuing through. Double Adepts gonna keep shading about as well, so continue to move those over. As there's gonna be seeing the probe gonna drop down the Nexus. So that Nexus will come straight into play. And again, the Queens and the drones, Overlord as well, coming across. And I have our Forge and the Twilight Council coming up now as well, so we got that underway. Depth's coming over. We've seen a couple of Oracles continuing through. Depth's going to settle there. Lings and Queen's going to be there to play cleanup. Oracle's going to activate. A few drones going down. Iron drones just building. Again, Cryptum's coming up. Extractor's on the way through. +1 attack and blink. We'll continue along. Looks like Queens will gather. Zergling's coming across. Stalker's going to be there to fight those Zerglings as well. And Oracle coming about, a couple Queens are going to be there. The Queens do push that Oracle away. Temple Archives and Forge both coming up. The Gateways and the Blink and the +1 coming through. As Zergling's going to try there, look at the front. +1 missiles, Roach Speed, and the Hydra's coming up as well. Shin showing us a bit more of what we've seen previously. Showtime about to hit that +1 on Blink, but not going to stick around on the Stalker pressure. The Temple Archives is already coming through. I think we're basically just having a go again of kind of some of the previous situations. So we'll just continue through for a little while. We do have our Stalker's actually going to shoot away at the Overlord for a couple of moments. So we're going to knock that down. Crypt Tumor is going to get cleaned up a little bit as well. So now Stalker's coming about. Just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra. Going to be stepping up to try and fight this. Showtime needs to be careful. Doesn't want to lose too many Stalkers. The Stasis Ward is right there though, so potential. Storm +2, +1, continue to come about. It's going to be seeing our charge coming in. Mortal coming in, Roaches, Hydra Speed coming about. We're going to try and knock down the rocks. I mean, I like it. It's going to block a bunch of the Zerg off, but we still got to survive the Zerg on the left side. Shin will bring those other units around now. And let's just have the Road Shadow getting back into action. Stalker's taking hits. Going to be seeing the Storm getting contaminated too, so that's going to buy Shin even more time where he doesn't have to play against the Storm. Right now, a 60 supply lead for Shin. Showtime. Like I say, Storm is just not done yet because of that Contaminate. That one High Templar does not have much of a role to play. A couple of units trying to chase the Templar down, but they get targeted. And the Stalkers truly hold on. I actually think the Hydras are just too much DPS. The one Zergling gets the High Templar in the corner. No, not like this. Not like this. As I think that's going to do it. Shin with the 3-0 over Showtime. That's a very impressive result. GG's to Showtime, and Shin is going to take it, like I say, 3-0. Damn, impressive from Shin. Just absolutely once again coming in and hammering the competition. Shin is just so good lately, guys. He won his group over Maxpax and Gumiho as well. Went to tiebreakers, but beat Maxpax and Gumiho in both those tiebreakers. Beat Maxpax 2-0 originally as well. Shin's on a freaking ZVP streak right now in our events. That really is crazy. Alright, guys, it's going to be Spirit versus Clem to round out our day. So, unfortunately, that you know what? We didn't have a 3-0 all day. That one is... It happens, it happens. Alright, we're going to go to Spirit versus Clem. We're going to get that ready in a couple moments, guys. Just run some ads and we'll kick off into our final match of the day. Going to be some TVT coming through very shortly. Alright, alright. Perfect. Alright, guys, just give me a moment. Sort this out. Alright, guys, just a moment. Go invite people in. Takes a second. Alright, let's do this. Give me a moment. People, we have a little bit of a weird situation here, but it's all good. So just a couple moments. We're going to get going. We just need a little bit to throw invites out, etc. There we go. Last person is here. Alright, we're good. Let's jump into this TVT, guys. So I just have to explain some of the other casters and stuff. Alright. Sorry. How are we doing? Hello? Moment, second bit of time hanging there. We're getting there. Almost StarCraft. Yeah, that is pretty much the process. Let's get ready to hop on into Ultra Love. Let's do this, guys. Alrighty, so game number 1 of this best of 5. In the top right, a Red Terran representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Clem. In the bottom left, our blue Terran player is going to be Spirit. Refinery coming up, racks coming through as we set ourselves into this. There is one forward barracks on the map from Spirit, so he's going to go 2 racks. Second rack's in that forward position to begin with. And it's just going to have ourselves, again, the winner of this playing Beyond tomorrow in the round of 8. This is the round of 12 match, last round of 12 match. And again, the winner of this plays Beyond tomorrow in the round of 8. That will probably be either that or the PvP will be the opener for the day. I don't really think I have much preference. What do you guys think? I think we'll probably make the PvP the opener for the day. We'll open with the PvP, we'll do the TVT after, and then jump to the top semi, bottom semi, and finals. Should be a good one. This is the 3rd TVT today. Yes, this is the 3rd TVT today. We started the day off with Rong Gumiho, and then Gumiho Cure. Those were both series that were seemingly going to be very one-sided for the first little while, and then they kind of turned around and went the other direction a little bit, so that was a lot of fun. Yeah, you know what? We split it up, right? We got a couple TVTs out the way early. We have one at the end today, and then the only other TVT in this event will be tomorrow. Well, we could have a TVT final as well. That is a possibility. I don't think that's likely, though. Honestly, I mean, it is possible if Cure beats Shin, but I do favor Shin there. Fighting. These Reapers are going to get very involved. That's kind of an interesting one, as the bunker continues up. CC's coming through. So 2 Reapers for the 1. Clem obviously is going to have to cancel that command center. He's rebuilding his CC in the main. He's actually still on 1 gas. Oh my goodness, is Clem okay? I might be in some serious trouble here against Spirit, as Spirit's going to pop up to the high ground here on Ultra Love. SCV's going to pull through. We're going to start seeing those workers dropping. Just didn't get a kill there just yet. And we got 3 Reapers versus 1. Like, we should really just jump up, just go fight, I think. SCV is going to take a few more shots. Jump onto the Reaper now, the Marine. Going to take a few hits as well. There is one of those SCVs going down. We're going to turn back around onto the Reaper again. We're going to get it. Get it. He got it. I think Clem's dead. He's building the tech lab on the factory too, so you can get a Cyclone going. Healthy Reaper on the high ground. We don't have the Workers Killed tab on because, well, you know what? As Spirit takes this game number 1, I'm going to tell you guys the story. So, Spirit had another tournament today. So I was like, you know what? Instead of just trying to schedule around things, Spirit, if you want to pre-play against Clem, just contact him. Just go and play. And I was like, but please don't play on Europe. Because Europe, if you play on Europe, we have to all hop servers to cast the replays. And the maps aren't the proper maps on Europe, and the balance mod doesn't have Game Heart in it. And I'll tell you guys what they did. They played on Europe. Which is why it took us a few minutes to get these games ready. So they played on Europe for the first 2 games, at which point they then did realize that that the 3rd map they wanted to play was not on Europe. So I've been told that after 2 maps we have to go back to the PTR to then host on the PTR because, yeah. Usually, I honestly, I wouldn't really mind, but obviously without game hard, it's a bit annoying. It's also kind of sad because, like I say, the maps aren't proper on the European server, and there's another reason in my head, but I forgot. Basically, all those reasons. What's the custom map name needed to play on the new map? I've got no idea. I've got no clue on the new patch. Sorry. Well, Clem takes a loss in the first game, though. That's kind of exciting as we just get everyone invited through, and we should be good to go into the ley line. So ley line's coming up for game number 2. Spirit takes a 1-0 lead. Are the replays region locked? It's because it's a different version of the game. You can host a replay from America on Europe, but because the PTR is a different version of the game, you can't. You can probably watch it on Europe without issue, or vice versa. But I can't host the lobby for all the other casters to join me because you have to then. It goes into like a download mode and it downloads whatever changes are necessary. So, yes, basically you can't. It doesn't work basically. So yeah, it's not that the replays are region locked. It's that the PTR and the Europe are just different versions of the game, you know? Because the way that replays work in StarCraft 2 is not like you just open a file and it's essentially playing out the video. It's essentially playing out the selection of commands in the game. It's, yo, Lovers Lounge. Thank you so much for the donation. Let me get back to that in 1 second. I'll read it out properly. The problem is that you are playing a... you know, it's basically the game plays out all of the... It just takes all of the inputs that were used in the game and it replays the game with those inputs. So the inputs being used in the game are exactly the same. So it's basically a replay is recreating the game. And that's why if you watch a replay, you will actually see the death animations of the units and the physics on them will be different every time because it's not a copy of what happened. It's replaying the actions that happened. Isn't that interesting? So yeah, if you go out of a replay and reload the replay a second time, the physics on how units die and stuff and move about and blow up will be different. So there you go. It sounds like a short on ST Scientist channel. Aye. I'm going to throw forward racks down this time. Thank you so much, Lovers Lounge, though, to come back to the donation. £25 says, thanks for all your hard work. You're the best. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and the content. Appreciate the donation. Thank you so much, and I hope you're having a great day. If you guys are enjoying, do consider supporting. It really does help out massively. Thank you so much in advance. Reaper is going to pull up in a few moments. Out of here is the factory coming up. A couple more Reapers coming in from Clem. The Reaper's going to step up. The Reaper here from Spirit moves around in the center a little bit. I see the SCVs. The Reapers will chase the command center down. Whoa. He just killed the command center and a Reaper. Okay. This TVT series is really off to a hell of a start. Jesus. Okay, well, I don't really have much to say to that. I mean, you don't think you should ever lose the CC there. Like, cancel it, fine. You should never have it die. I'd lose a CC and a Reaper. I mean, it was obviously just not pretty in general. Yeah, that was not great. There's our Cyclones coming up, the Marine on the way through. That barracks is flying about a little bit. I'm just going to be seeing the starport coming through on the main base. And a refinery goes onto the natural as well. So we just get that set up. Racks flying through, starports building, reactor building as well. But, I mean, this is a hell of a start from Clem, who still has a pretty high Reaper count, so he has potential to even take further trades still at some point. 5 Reapers jumping into the main base have so much opportunity and potential. Would not be surprised if there was a possibility for something to happen in those. Rippers and the Cyclone just coming across the map, making their way straight over. All of grenades going to go down. The Hellions will continue to chase. Just going to get a little grab as well. Cyclone shooting. Again, tanks building. Command center in the orbital building. It's going to be seeing the natural coming up. The other units moving around. Marines, tank, and medevac all building in here for the moment. Matrix coming through, that stim pack is building. We've still got the siege tank coming up from Clem as well. Still got Marine, Cyclone, Reaper moving through the middle of the map here, heading down to the bottom left. Is this PTR? Yes, it is. It's a new patch. Well, it's not actually PTR because they're playing on Europe with a balance mod, but yes, it is the PTR changes. But yes, it's new patch. We're how do we back on the PTR if Clem wins this game because game 3 is on the PTR. Because, like I say, they changed back, so we're going to have to swap servers and do that whole thing. Yeah. Clem just has too much. I mean, Spirit just took a horrible start. It's been a thriller of a TVT. First couple of games, absolute bangers. That's what we play StarCraft for, games like this one. Alright, so we're going to hop on back over to PTR. And going to game number 3, that was really a couple of starting maps of all time. That was, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. Happens, though. It happens. Alright. Into this next game, guys. Game number 3 coming up. Like I said, just need a couple of moments. Need to click the buttons. I'm forgetting how to click buttons. It's difficult. Peak DVT short games? No. It's not what we want to see. We want some competition up in here. We want some fighting. We want some action, you know? Do. And thanks for joining us, guys. Good to see you all. Appreciate you all dropping by and hanging out with some games for us. Hanging out for us with some games today. See you all as we are going to get ready to hop into this next one. Just a second. Just making sure we got everyone ready. We do. Perfect. We can kick this off. Game 3. It's tied up 1-1 between Clem and Spirit. Hoping for something a little bit more on the competitive side of life on this one, I think. Right, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I don't think that's a crazy request. I don't think. Alright, let's go into Snowpiercer. As we have got in the top right side, the Red Terran. This is going to be Clem. Taking it back with his own aggression in that last game. Not every day you kill a CC with your one single proxy barracks and the second Rex at home. So Clem up right, Spirit in the bottom left, and gets set up into game 3. Get this underway. Spirit looked pretty good in the group stage. He looked great in the group stage. That was a rough opponent to draw. I mean, you know, whichever way you look at it. Hey, it's 1-1. I mean, they've both had a little bit of a disaster game. Definitely not over. It's definitely leveled up his TVT a lot to kind of keep up with Clem, and also Hero Marine, I guess, in the European region, so... See what Snowpiercer is going to give us as we got this third map up and running. As I say. Reactor will finish up on the barracks, so we can get that completed in just a moment or two. And a couple of Reapers on the way. So Clem goes reactor first, is now going to benefit from that. I don't think there's anything from Spirit to really kind of punish him for going reactor first, so Clem will get away with that little bit of a greedier choice on the opening of his build here. Wardy, what do you think about reducing the work count to 10 to shake up the meta? I mean, do you think it would shake up the meta? I always thought that when they went from 6 to 12 worker start, I always found it really surprising that they just went to 12, tried it out, and just never tried any other number. Like, I'm so surprised they never tried, like, 9 as, like, an in-between, or, like, 10. Take things it would. I mean, it would change up the early game. Would it change up the meta? Would it change how the mid-game plays? 10 workers instead of 12? I don't think 10 instead of 12 would. I mean, I still think 6 to 12 workers was a fantastic change, but like I said, I was very surprised when they just never tried any other number. Like, they could go to 12 and be like, hey, this is great, but like, why not be like, hey, maybe we can do this a little bit less extreme, let's try 10. Toast proposed going back to 6, Jesus. I honestly, whenever people ask this, I ask them to please go watch back a game of StarCraft 2 when you have a 6 worker start. It's so boring. As Clem just completely wins this fight. Snowpiercer might just go his way. You go back to like early game, like 6 worker starts, and you will literally just see nothing happen for 4 minutes. Because that's what the builds became. That's what the builds were. Like, yes, you had a couple of additional cheese options. I do not think having a couple of different options or timings is worth the 4 minutes of nothing instead of 1 minute of nothing, you know? He watched some Heart of the Storm, and he found that people expand a lot more slowly. Well, of course you do. Because you don't have an immediate boost of economy. The thing is with 12 workers is because you have 12 workers instead of 6, you have a lot more income from the very get-go. So not only do you have the income for your first production structure faster, but you're still limited by the build time of that production structure. So of course you're going to expand more quickly because there's not really much option. Right? There's not really much option for you to do anything but expand because it's just natural that you're going to get a lot of money while you're waiting for things to build to spend your money on otherwise. So yes, you expand a lot more quickly. So that's kind of a given. Is that a bad thing? I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. The thing is as well, though, they also changed the resources on bases, so you mine out more quickly nowadays than you used to as well. That happened at the same time as the worker change. I feel like that often gets confused as, oh my goodness, Clem is just absolutely monster moding this micro. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. You know, we actually did have a 6 worker tournament once, at one point. Someone made, like, there was a French caster that was very into the idea of 6 workers being better than 12. They were adamant about it. And they ran a 6 worker tournament with a bunch of 6 worker tournaments. I think we did like 3 or 4 of these things, like invitationals with like absolute top tier players. Like absolute top tier players, and also some creative players as well. Honestly, I will straight up lie, it was some of the worst days of casting StarCraft I ever had. Do you know how miserable it was to watch great players and just watch them be just slowed down for the sake of just like, oh, look, in the third game of the 7th group stage, they did a 10-10 proxy barracks. Jesus, it was so sad just going like, I literally went through one of the VODs, and we had like an hour and 15 minutes of waiting for initial build orders to plan out. Like, over the course of a single group, it was so bad. I feel very heavily about that. I honestly, I don't even think I felt that heavily about the 6-worker change until I casted those tournaments, going back to it. Because that made me realize that anyone that thinks 6-worker start was good just doesn't... I just can't... I just don't know. I think you're a psychopath. You know, I think you're crazy. You gotta have something wrong with you to feel like that. I don't know, like... Just don't think it's good. I just don't think anyone can convince me of anything. And I don't disagree that obviously it changes maybe a little bit of the diversity of builds. But the diversity is really not as diverse as people think it is, and for the little bit of diversity you gain from it, I don't think it's worth it at all, you know? More work exchange was made because of viewability. Yes, but it also made the game better, I think. I honestly think it just makes the game better. Main tank gonna get chased down here. We're gonna see all the turrets going down. Clem's just kind of dominated this game, which is why we're stuck on the tangent. GG. I think the thing is nowadays as well, is that a lot of diversity nowadays is a little bit more niche and a little bit less recognizable than it used to be. And I'm a big criminal of this, where I don't appreciate some of the diversity that exists in StarCraft builds as much because it feels less important with more workers, right? But you still look at a bunch of... You talk to pros, and they talk about the difference of an 11... of like, you know, 15 or 16 gas, or this gas or that gas, or, you know, cutting this worker to get the 21 Nexus or whatever. You know, like, to me, these numbers don't matter. You know, from a viewer's perspective, I don't need to know the ins and outs of every single build in that much depth. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't enjoy that part of StarCraft 2. But, like, those things still exist. It's not like they just got deleted because it was a 6-worker stock. They're just a little bit more... They're just a little bit less important than they used to be. But they're still important to the guys at the very top. But as we've learned over time, the things that are important to the guys at the very top mean absolutely nothing to 99% of viewers. And to the eSports aspect of it. And even 99% of people that play. You know? So... anyone that thinks we should go back to a 6-worker start, like, I could try a 10-worker start, but 6? Holy... Holy. I mean, especially at this point, to go backwards, I think is a bad thing. Because it's only going to feel bad to slow the game down. They should have tried 9 workers or 10 workers when they tried 12 workers. They should have done 12 work a week, 10 work a week, or something like that. You could never change it now. We're going into a physical, by the way. Sorry. Apparently I feel very passionately about going back to 6 workers. It is not happening, okay? It is not happening. I'm not doing it. I refuse. I refuse. Top left side. Up 2-1 with some pretty sick micro in that last game while I'm ranting about. This is going to be Clem. As in the bottom right, our blue Terran. It is Spirit. I wonder what a 6-worker start would have looked like if we didn't change the mineral patches. Because bases used to have way more minerals on them, so you could just sit as a 2-base Protoss forever. And I think that's a lot of what the game was so slow for as well after the first few minutes. Because obviously after the first few minutes you get to regular pace. But people didn't expand because you didn't need to expand. There was a thing called like a 2-base Protoss, and a 2-base Protoss could last until like 16 minutes in the game. Now admittedly 16 minutes was actually like 12 and a half or 13 minutes because of the clock thing, but like, wait, can you imagine being on 2 base at 12 minutes? We'd be screeching about how all in they are, how great the opponent's been doing at denying a 3rd base, or how crazy they are to not try and take one. Like, you know, nowadays you just can't survive on that. Back then you could be so comfortable on 2 bases forever. It removed any need for you to get out onto the map and expand quickly in a lot of circumstances. It was way too... one of the best changes they made was making the need to expand faster a thing, because it improved so much of kind of removing the kind of turtly 2-base pushes and stopping people from just sitting back or just sitting on an aggressive army and just sitting on, you know what I mean? And not, because it's so easy to defend 2 bases too, it takes away options for your opponent to be able to attack you as well, right? Honestly, I think anything that goes back towards Heart the Swarm is a terrible idea. Heart the Swarm was probably some of the worst StarCraft 2. I mean, we didn't have a lot of Heart the Swarm, but those 2 years were very much so carried by the fact that StarCraft 2 was just a good game. And first of all, the hype and, you know, of a new expansion and new units. The removal of Broodlord and Fester carried it for a long time. And then it kept going because they actually made Hellbats actually balanced as well, so people were kind of happy for even longer because Hellbats got nerfed. But like, Heart of the Swarm was not a good time to be a StarCraft 2 fan. At all. Like, looking back, we didn't know how bad it was when we were in it, but looking back, like, we were stuck on so many stupid turtle games and stuff for so long. I never agree. There's a lot of people who come in and they're like, it's the Void ruined StarCraft, this unit sucks and whatever, but it's like, man, they made so many good changes in Legacy of the Void. Just for the good of the game. The never-ending push versus Zerg was good. Yeah, you know, that was cool. I did like that. It's not like Heart of the Swarm didn't have some cool builds and some cool things. But it's like, you still have the big pushes from a Terran streaming across the map against Zerg sometimes, right? Like, it doesn't happen all the time now. But that was also the only thing that Terrans would do against Zerg. The end of HOTS was very good. Yeah, I think the end probably was. Especially when you got rid of a lot of the mech games and you just didn't count those. But, yeah, I honestly just don't think you could... I think if you took a general rating of each game played, I think Legacy of the Void would absolutely come out at a higher rating for each game played in terms of quality / entertainment. Oh, I know that's a very unrealistic stat to take, but I think it absolutely comes out ahead of anything from Heart of the Swarm. You guys really got me ranting. So I just looked back over the YouTube chat. What about 20 workers? Yeah, just give us full 1 base saturation to start the game. It's funny because I do feel like 12 workers still gives you some time to kind of, you know, make decisions on building SCV. Well, not really make decisions, but you do still have to build some SCVs. Like, it's just the game starts and you build SCVs and like you ramp up for like a minute or so and, you know, start building stuff. Oh, it kind of makes sense. Hellion's going to dive in here from Clem. He's got a lot of units on the low ground as well, but they're going to get hit by the siege tank, so that defense is going to look good for Spirit. Clem gets around the back. A few SCVs begin to drop. Marines are going to get that too. Two bases, 1-1-1 full setup. Yeah, could be, could be. Yeah, a lot of people say that the 12 workers kind of ruined kind of build orders and stuff, but I honestly think that... like I say, they get hung up on such the nichest part of the build orders compared to the fact that, you know, building a barracks, you know, gases and stuff, that's still a build order, you know. You know, picking what units you're going to build early, how your transition's going to work, that's still a build order too. One worker start? Yeah, okay. One game takes like 40 minutes, but the first 25 minutes are just getting up to one base economy. Yeah, Spirit's going to drop a Matrix here, but Clem got the Unsiege, so he will be able to pull his tank back, but that does give Spirit position on this natural as he pushes in here on Whispers of Gold. Cyclone locks onto the Raven, trying to get a kill on that. It doesn't quite get it. Then pulls a few SCVs, give him a little bit of a jump start onto those tanks. He loses about 5 workers, so he'll be 4 workers down in the game. Pushes this back, drop into the main base. Might actually be able to go for a little bit more damage as well. Marines will go after the rest of the SCVs. A few of those SCVs continue to go down. Marines coming over. 11 workers killed. The medevac loads up, going to escape out down the left-hand side. Backing away from there for the moment. Medevac coming over. It's coming around. Just going to see the Ravens moving up to the top. Against impact and +1 building. We got our stim on the way. A couple of Vikings coming through. The barracks are still producing as well. That stim pack is building, obviously, from Spirit, so he gets that on the go. Clem already has stim, so he's definitely got an advantage there. Vikings, the Ravens, the Marines, and the tanks just going to come about. Just going to be seeing a couple of units going to fire up. SCV will go down. Orbital going to come over. Going to land onto that third position in the next few moments. Looks like I'm getting a few shots locking onto that Viking for a few moments as well. Just trying to keep that push back as well here. And I 1-1 upgrades and all the rest continuing through. As Spirit takes his third base. So both players going to get their third base in position here on Whispers. And Clem leading 2-1 in this best of 5. Cyclone, Helene moving about. 1-1 upgrades. Combat shield coming in. Gonna start pushing. Supplies pretty even in this game. Clem's got a bit of an upgrade lead, but I mean, combat shields will finish a bit soon. We'll see if we can do anything in that kind of timing frame. It's not too likely to be too impactful. So units gather up. Marine's gonna go across. Putting into this main base. In we go. Vikings is gonna completely clean this up. It's a good defense. Well, we actually don't have anything on the ground, so. Yeah, the Vikings have to land. We actually end up losing 7 SCVs. Clem is also going to take a chance to run it at the third. That's why his Ravens are, so he can get rid of the siege tanks here. Matrix is the next 2 tanks as well. And we'll just kind of stand on this third base for a little bit longer. Things continue through. Another auto turret going down. The Vikings will have to jump back in the skies. Spirit loses a lot of SCVs, but he killed a lot of army. I wonder if Spirit can go across the map. Maybe get aggressive on the back of this. Clem lost all of his Ravens, only has 1 tank in the game at the moment. Actually would not mind seeing Spirit at least try to take a position across the map. He's got a good Viking count as well. So many Marines coming up. Marine tank still building. One vehicle weapons will start on the armory. There is the medevac still boosting about over in the main base a little bit. Let's see what else is going on. 2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons. 2 on the engineering base here as well. Sensor tower is already set up. Cyclone gets the marine. Cyclone gets back onto that depot. As the Marines come over, Cyclone going to get grabbed. The other Marines turning back over. A couple of tanks to siege up. 2 upgrades coming through, plus 1 vehicle plating on the way. Weapons on the way, sorry. Gonna pump in 2 tanks at a time here from Clem. I do feel like Spirit had a chance to get across the map and maybe take like a little bit of a setup or so. Maybe make something happen. Sensor Tower's getting into position. Give you a little bit of pre-warning about where units may be coming from. It's funny though, because I feel like this is such a laid-back Sensor Tower. I mean, it gives you like the slightest idea of something here, but by the time you see it, it's already probably up the ramp. Both of them place it in the same place, but I actually would have liked to see the Sensor Tower more like here. Like, yeah, it's risky, but that's what the Sensor Tower needs to do nowadays to really pick up really valuable info, you know? Take a risk, be in a bit of an exposed position, you know? Marine tank coming down the left, and the medevac's going to load into the right side as Clem goes for the drop into this main base. Marine tank will continue forward, just going to be getting rid of the siege tank, the Sensor Tower as well going down. Marines continue to get into action here as the trades continue. 11 SCVs falling. Marines load back up. 2-2 upgrades on either side, continuing through. The medevacs continuing back around the left side on the bottom. This Marine tank force is going to step forward as well. A lot of medevacs heading up the left. Tank's going to siege, going to blast through a few more Marines. Shin dive forward there for that siege tank as well. Big drop into the main base, so Clem has to deal with that. Overall supply is looking good for him, but his production's going to be in trouble. Well, he's got units at home. Let's see how well he does with those units at home as the SCVs are going to out-repair the damage on the command center. Clem will move into position on the natural. His tank siege up defensively a little bit. Needs to be careful as... Yep, Spirit needs to be careful too. Losing a tank, losing Marines. Clem does break through the tank over on the natural expansion. Spirit is going to get stimmed into on this main. Clem not splitting his Marines too nicely, but he is going to be able to push this back. Everything from Clem cleaned up on the other side. 137 to 93 supply. Clem looking as though he's probably done it in this one. Supply is good. I don't know if Spirit has... he has not got an upgrade lead, he's not got a worker lead, and he's not got an army lead, so... basically, you've got to just try and out-position and out-multitask Clem a little bit at this point. Don't know if that's really something that's going to be super easily done. As that Marine tank comes over, a couple of Liberators coming about as well here from Spirit. Extra Marines still producing. Loading the main base, but there's Marines already there. They're going to target down the first siege tanks before they even get... Well, both siege tanks don't get to fire. It's going to be a shutdown from Clem. Actually needs a few more units to actually properly push this back, but that should come in a few moments. The fact that tanks are gone right, that's the most dangerous part of this kind of taken out of the equation. We are going to unload on the tanks from the low ground. I mean, this is what Spirit has to do. Try and out-multitask, out-position Clem a little bit. Try and make something happen there. Liberators will siege up. The SCV still taking damage. The Marines continue to push over. It's just never going to be enough. The Liberators will get overwhelmed now as well. And Spirit is going to say GG. Clem is going to win it 3-1. It's a good final game in a series that was pretty heavily one-sided otherwise. But we do get there in the end. GG's. Alright, so guys, that's going to be it for us. We're going to start tomorrow off, I believe, with the TVT actually. And then go into the... PvP, so that's going to be the plan for tomorrow. Beyond versus Clem, then Maxpax versus Hero, then Cure versus Shin. And then second semi-final, and then our finals. Alright guys, so I will see you tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. I appreciate you all dropping by and hanging out today. Thank you Lovers Lounge for the donation. Thank you for anyone who's been liking and subbing on YouTube. All the primes on Twitch as well. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. More StarCraft 2 tomorrow. And I will see you guys there. Thank you so much for all the viewership we had. I mean, at the end here, we have about 2,300, 2,400 viewers across YouTube and Twitch. So, amazing day viewership-wise. Let's do it again tomorrow, guys, for the playoffs. It should be great. Really looking forward to it. Set of ads on the outro, and I'll send you guys on your way. I'm going to get wrapped up and do a couple of admin things, so I will see you guys next time. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys, like I say, tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 as we wrap up WardiTV November. See you guys later. Bye-bye.